first non-qualifier race here at Eldora Speedway on a Saturday afternoon. Randy Boggs and Greg Stevens up front with Steve Casebolt Jr. and Royce McGowan in row 2. It's Frank Heckenest and Michael Cornett in row 3 with Stan Massey and Don Seaborn row 4. Row 5 with Joe Izzo and Tim Tungate. Then Gibby Steinhaus and Mike Nugent in row 6. 15 laps for this non-qualifiers race, $500 to win. It's just like a feature event at your regular Friday, Saturday, or Sunday night racetrack. We're ready to go racing here at Eldora. A big crowd on hand, ready to sit and enjoy the best in late model racing. Let's watch Randy Boggs and Greg Stevens. Now the field tightens up. You see Heckenest in the 99 looking a little bit to the inside of the 9 Casebolt car. There's the green flag, and we're underway racing at Eldora. Turn 1 with Randy Boggs, the former World 100 winner, to the inside, then to the outside, and now he takes the lead. It's Stevens in the 31 in second. M92 McGowan running in third right now. Michael Cornett, the fourth place car, on the high side. Here's the battle for second place as M92 McGowan with Randy Boggs in the 17 checking out. 8 Michael Cornett third, then Stevens. Here's 166 Joe Izzo making it 3 wide in turn 2. Now they begin to straighten themselves out just a little bit. The white 99 of Tim Yeager also Tim Yeager joining that competition as well. Another lap collected here. The battle on the racetrack is third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. And you can see the competition right now. Yeager in the 99 car up into the 5th place right now. Izzo still looking to move on Michael Cornett, who is right now in the 3rd position. Randy Boggs has checked out. He has a Speedway link lead with McGowan in second. 8 Cornett third. 166 Izzo, who again looks to the inside. There's the challenge in turn 2. He's tried it several times and has not been able to use that low groove effectively. A light mist of dust comes up off the speedway as these cars continue to clock off the laps. In the first non-qualifier race, Izzo continues barely on that competition for that 3rd place. Well, this is the non-qualifiers race. No one advances. This is a thank you from the people at Eldora Speedway for coming and making this race the World 100, the 25th annual World 100, such a great one. Let's watch them out of turn 4 now as they're tightly battled. And now the 99 car of Tim Yeager is battling with them as well. Randy Boggs, you can see him in turn 3 and 4. He's starting his own zip code right now. Really moving up and down on the front stretch. Here is Randy Boggs of Grayson, Kentucky, showing why he was one of the drivers who is one of the few select to be a winner of the World 100. Now the 17 car has moved to the inside of the backstretch. Oh my, just as we begin to speak the praises of 17 Randy Boggs, mechanical breakdown, and he pulls it in off the backstretch, and we have caution. There is a tire over in turn 2. The new leader is the M92 of Royce McGowan. The caution flag is flying here at Eldora. And we're ready to return to action after caution the speedway. First caution of the afternoon. New leader is M92 Royce McGowan with 8 Michael Cornett in second. And all the way from the tail of the field, Tim Yeager of Harrodsburg, Kentucky's up to 3rd. 166 Joe Izzo, and then Greg Stevens, who was started at the outside pole, running in 5th right now. The cars accelerate down the backstretch. The green flag unfurled. We'll race again at Eldora with Palmush, Kentucky's Royce McGowan, your leader. And here is the 99 Yeager car continuing his advance on the field as he looks to move up on Michael Cornett. Izzo tries to follow his way through too. Now it's a battle down the backstretch as 8 Cornett and 99 Yeager get together and touch. High-speed action here at Eldora in turn 4. 2, 3, and 4. You can throw a blanket over all of them in the non-qualifiers race. 92 McGowan unable to run away from the field as Randy Boggs was. Here's the challenge for 3rd with 166 Izzo to the inside of Yeager. Izzo running the low side underneath Yeager and Cornett. Let's watch him out of turn 4. Yeager tries to move up on Cornett. In fact, taps him on the bumper, let him know that he's there and trying to move his way around. He taps him again. Izzo down to the inside, unable to advance as well, just not enough traction on the low side. A great battle, 2, 3, and 4 as Yeager's trying everything to get around Cornett. Cornett making that car very wide and blocking the groove, holding his groove and holding that 2nd position as well. Some excellent racing in in the non-qualifier race here at Eldora. Now Izzo has moved up a little bit, trying to take the same line as Jaeger, so they're going to be bumper to bumper to bumper to bumper. Here's Izzo with a move for third, and they touch bumpers, but he makes that move as Jaeger got a little bit loose in turn 4. Now your leader slowly into turn 1 and 2. Does he have tire trouble? It looked like he might have been moving very slowly into the turn there and out of the gas. Apparently he picks it up again. He's not running quite as high as he was early on. Let's watch and see as they come out of turn 4. Izzo up to second right now. Apparently no mechanical trouble in the car as 92 McGowan continues as your leader. Now 99 Jaeger into the wall in turn 1. He swept it with the right rear. Tim Jaeger of Harrisburg, Kentucky into the wall. Everyone else advances on cleanly. McGowan, your leader, Izzo, and then Cornett racing at Eldora. Second caution in our non-qualifier race, and your leader, M92, is Royce McGowan, 166. Izzo in second, 8 Cornett in third, then 31 Stevens in fourth place, and 18 Tim Tungate running in fifth. 4 laps to go. It's a 4-lap dash to win the non-qualifiers race. Izzo is one of the cars that's been moving up, and we're back to green flag racing. Running right in the middle of the racetrack, M92 Royce McGowan, your leader. But we have trouble here on the front stretch. Trouble here on the front stretch, and caution as the 15 car of Joe Wilson from Seymour, Indiana, has brought out the caution. You can see the damage on the front end of that race car. He's already got the helmet off and the steering wheel off as well. Joe Wilson brings caution. The 11 down and 4 to go. It's Royce McGowan, the leader. Joe Izzo second. Michael Cornett third. Then Greg Stevens in fourth. The field accelerates to the backstretch. The green flag unfurled. Let's watch them again as they come out of turn number 4. To the high side of McGowan of the 92. It could be a dramatic high side pass, and down the backstretch, 166. Joe Izzo, the leader, with McGowan, Royce McGowan of the 92 in second, and Michael Cornett in third. Now that he's moved by, Izzo has begun to extend the lead. Just a couple of laps to go. Stevens right now in fourth, looking to challenge Cornett, but right now no room to do so. Izzo has quickly set himself up with a 10.5 car length lead. The battle is second, third, and fourth right now. McGowan still in second, 8 Cornett in third, then Stevens in fourth. As he's challenged by Tungate. And here is one, Tony Stewart, the USAC driver, running down to the inside. Stewart to the inside of Tungate, and they're heading down the backstretch. The laps are just few. In fact, the white flag unfurls for your leader, Joe Izzo, but the battle is second through sixth right now as the field is tightly bunched. McGowan in second, then Barnett in the 8 car in third. Stevens in the 31. It's Stewart running the low side. His first time in a stock car in a long time, perhaps his first time ever. Here's the checkered unfurled for Joe Izzo of LaSalle, Illinois, winner of the first non-qualifier race, second place. Royce McGowan, the M92, won. Tony Stewart in third. Then it's a battle between 18 Tim Tungate and 31 Stevens. Your first non-qualifier race this afternoon. Here's your winner, K&O Motorsports, GRT Race Cars, Rhine Competition Engine, Carrera Shocks. All sponsors of this race car. Here is Joe Izzo. It's Bo Smith of St. Charles, Missouri, and Dan Schleifer of Pewaukee, Wisconsin, the front row of the second non-qualifiers race. Former UMP champion Jim Curry and Jackie Boggs in row number 2 as the field begins to move into turn 3, now into turn 4. Well, somebody gets a little sideways there. There's the green flag. Jackie Boggs is got a little bit sideways. And the green flag is out. We're racing 3 wide with 90. Lance Matthees to the inside of Curry and Schleifer down the backstretch. Curry gets out of the gas, decides that you can't win the race in the first lap, but rather have to wait to lap 15. Matthees is way down low from Winona, Minnesota. He's come a long way to go racing, and he wants to win the non-qualifiers race here at Eldora Speedway. It's Matthees to the inside of Bo Smith. This time does not run the low groove all the way down the backstretch, but gets in line now, looks to the inside in turns 3 and 4. Curry has moved back into third as well. Lots of action. Here's the change. Look at the front stretch. Both Smith not ready to give up. He saw Matthees use the inside. Now he's going to try that as well. Now the 90 car of Lance Matthees begins to accelerate now to a 3.5 car length lead. Bo Smith in second, Jim Curry in third. Here is the 18 car moving up to the field very, very nicely up into that fourth place. That is Steve Landrum, who had dropped back. Landrum up to fourth. Dan Schleifer back to fifth right now. The 00, Mark Barber running in sixth place. Really stretched out first to sixth all the way down the backstretch. You can see fifth and sixth with Schleifer and Barber having at it. Schleifer up high. He's pushed back into position as Barber from North Vernon, Indiana, moves to the high side of that Celery Signs car, and he takes over that fifth place. Jackie Boggs in the 4B following Schleifer as well. Boggs around Schleifer, and down the backstretch they come. The leader continues to be Lance Matthees as all of the action happens here on the front stretch, and now into turns 1 and 2. It is 90, Lance Matthees, the Matthees Enterprises car. Your leader, Bo Smith, a comfortable second, and Jim Curry of Norman, Indiana, a comfortable third right now. The 18 car of Steve Landrum of Lanigan, Kentucky, is up to fourth, and the 00 of Mark Barber from North Vernon, Indiana, looks to the inside. Barber to the inside of Landrum, can't get the job done. He falls back in line. No caution so far in heat race 2. In fact, it's a very steady race and steady pace as Barber and the 00 and 18 Landrum continue to provide some entertainment to these race fans in Ohio, and a big crowd it is. Now it's Barber up high, Landrum down low, and Barber continues in that fifth position. The battle for fifth and sixth is very exciting right now. To your leader, it's 90 Matthees, B7 Smith, 7 Curry, 00 Barber, and it's all very single file. Now just beginning to work into lap traffic. You see later in the F6 Mike Fannin automobile. Fannin hails from Leroy, Illinois, one of the cars, big contingent of race cars from Illinois. Fannin right in the way of your leader as he tries to get out of the way, as he realizes there's a faster car approaching, and he safely moves on the way. And your 90, Matthees, continues as your leader. The leader receives the 5 to go signals. Lance Matthees, much of this race. Smith now down to the inside. Curry and Barber work there as well, as all of the passing seems to happen in the low side of the racetrack. The majority of that in turns 1 and 2. And here's Jim Curry running up against the wall in turns 3 and 4 as he works around the Fannin automobile. Mark Barber uses that same tactic as well, but once they use that inside for passing, they move right up high again. Here's 18 Landrum to the inside of the F6 car, and Landrum now moves into that position. Your leader in your second place car, that is the B4B, Jackie Boggs of Grayson, Kentucky, has smoked on the backstretch and has rolled to a stop in turn 4. Lance Matthees, your leader, your second place car of Jackie Boggs of Grayson, Kentucky, suffers mechanical difficulties right towards the end of our second non-qualifier race. We have caution. The car that brought out the caution was the B7 of Bo Smith, not the 4B of Jackie Boggs. Misidentified that. Bo Smith has moved safely to the infield, and we're ready to return to racing. You see the Curry car right up on Lance Matthees. 00 Mark Barber third, and 18 Steve Landrum fourth. Then the lap car of Mike Fannin. The green flag unfurls, and the 90 Matthees out to a big lead right now. He gets a good start. Curry in second, Barber in third. These guys race down in Southern Indiana a lot together. They have a lot of laps together and know each other on the racetrack very, very well. It's Curry with a 2.5 car length lead over Barber right now. Then Landrum as Lance Matthees collects another lap. Your leaders all running the high side, using what cushion there is up there. Not trying to run down the roadside. Apparently they still believe the fast way around this half-mile oval is on the high side, but they have been using the bottom parts, especially of turns 1 and 2, as the passing through here early in the evening. Big lead now for Lance Matthees. He's probably got a quarter of a lap lead on the field. As we watch 18 Landrum and 4B Jackie Boggs head on down the backstretch into turns 3, now through turn 4 with the white flag for your leader. Everybody seems to be pretty well spaced out with 1 lap to go. Nobody ready to try a daring move to the inside to the outside of the racetrack, but rather to finish this race with the race car intact and come back another day. Your winner, 90, Lance Matthees from Winona, Minnesota, with Norman, Indiana's Jim Curry second, Mark Barber in the 00 third, 18, Steve Landrum, and 4B, Jackie Boggs. Great field of race cars that unfortunately was not able to make the qualifying heats for tonight's 25th annual World 100. In the car number 90, all the way from Winona, Minnesota, here racing in Ohio, Lance Matthees, your winner. The field is set for the first heat race for tonight's 25th annual World 100, and a great field it is, with Hobstadt, Indiana's Greg Williams on the pole. You remember he had a big crash in turn 1 during the Dream. He'd like that not to happen during this first heat race tonight. It's C.S. Fitzgerald of Lexington, Virginia on the outside. Second row, Jake Lowry, and two-time winner Billy Moyer. Rick Auckland of North Dakota, and tonight's quick qualifier, Skip Arp in row 3, then Gar Dixon and Johnny Bauer in row 4, Larry Davis and Fred Lofgren, Ed Hounsheld and John Provenzano, Kevin Roderick and Joel Kreiderman, Shannon Thornsberry, Jeff Jones, a father-son combination, Dick and Matt Taylor in the next to last row, William Hahn and Ernie Barrow bring up the last row. Remember, just the top 3 advance. Positions 4 through 7 go to the Consi. The pace car has pulled in. The status lights are clear. A big crowd is assembled, ready to enjoy the best in late model racing as the field now moves in anticipation. The drivers' heartbeats begin to move a little faster. The fans do too, and we're racing at Eldora. Billy Moyer up to second. C.S. Fitzgerald, your leader. It is 17, Greg Williams to third. J44, Jake Lowry in fourth. Lots of action in 3 and 4, sometimes 3 and 4 wide. It's Fitzgerald, Moyer, Williams, Lowry, and the 12 of Rick Auckland are your top 5. Your leaders down the backstretch with Moyer looking to the inside of the Fitzgerald car, unable to do it. Moyer takes that Rayburn right up against the wall now, looking to the inside. He will follow C.S. Fitzgerald down the front stretch. The field beginning to stretch out just a little bit. Not as many cars working to the inside, working the very low move of the racetrack has happened during the non-qualifier races just a little bit earlier. Here's another challenge from Moyer down to the inside, but Fitzgerald does not give up, and Fitzgerald collects another lap. Here's a good battle for 4th and 5th with 12, Rick Auckland at J44. Lowry having at it. It's Auckland into that 4th position. Remember, just the top 3 advance. Right now, Greg Williams is on the bubble. Moyer, remember what happened in turn 4 last time. He tries it again, but to no avail as another lap is collected. It's Fitzgerald, Moyer, Williams, 1, 2, 3. Auckland in 4th, then Lowry, the 41 car of Larry Davis. Here's a battle for the lead in 4. Again, Moyer to the inside, and again, C.S. Fitzgerald holds off your competition, and they come into turn 2. It's Fitzgerald and Moyer. Now Moyer with a good charge off of 2. He stays in the gas, down to the bottom, and slides in front of Fitzgerald. Great racing action, Eldora. It's Billy Moyer, your new leader. Now that Moyer has the advantage, he begins to stretch it on the backstretch, perhaps one straightaway away from the tail end of the field, as this field has really strung out. No cautions in heat race 1. The cross flag came halfway through. It's Moyer, Fitzgerald, and Williams, 1, 2, 3. 12, Auckland, 44, Lowry, 41, Davis, and then 33, John Provenzano from Salmonock, Illinois, just outside of Chicago. Those are your leaders. Back to your front, where 21, Billy Moyer continues to lead the field. He begins to work on lap traffic. This is always a tense moment, as that lap traffic may not know that he is there. 24, Dick Taylor has already pulled in the infield. His son, Matt Taylor, is continuing to race at the tail of the field. Matt Taylor pulls to the inside when he sees the orange and yellow 21, Billy Moyer, your leader. Now working on the 27 car of William Hahn. Moyer looks to the outside of Hahn, and they move out of turn number 2. Ed, driver having to pick their way, not only your leaders, but your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place car, having to pick their way through lap traffic now, as there are no cautions, and this field is really strung out now. There's 2 wide with Hounshell and Hahn right in front of 21 Moyer. They pull the inside, and Moyer uses the high side. Right around the 27 Hahn car, and now around the Hahn Show car going into turn 3. It's Batesville, Arkansas. Billy Moyer, one of the best known names in this business as he continues to take those laps. Now beginning to work on Ernie Barrow in the 57 car. Moyer, your leader. It's still 100 Fitzgerald in second, and then 17 Williams as Williams looks underneath him to the inside. Looks to be shaping up a battle for second and third there as Moyer still has to pick his way through traffic. He is perhaps half a speedway ahead of the second and third place cars. Moyer down to the inside of the 57 Barrow car. Meantime, Fitzgerald, Williams, and Auckland now, 2, 3, and 4 are on the front stretch, and they are about bumper to bumper. In fact, Auckland, the 12 car, is challenging the 17 car of Williams to the inside, and that's the battle for third right now. Moyer now past Barrow as Barrow pulls to the inside. The battle is with Williams, Fitzgerald, and Auckland. Here's the white flag for Billy Moyer. It'll be a tight finish. Fitzgerald, Williams, and Auckland, 2, 3, 4. Remember, only the top 3 will advance. And trouble for J44, Jake Lowry. Lowry, who is running in the top 7. With the car popping as he comes across the front stretch, he won't be able to complete. Here's your winner from Batesville, Arkansas, Billy Moyer. Second place, 17, Greg Williams. Third, C.S. Fitzgerald. Fourth, 12, Rick Auckland. Then unofficially fifth, 41, Davis. Then 33, Provenzano. And 31 Arp. That's unofficial. And lots of action on that last lap with J44 Lowry of Georgetown, Tennessee, having mechanical trouble as he crosses the line. Your leader now going across the United Midwestern Promoters scales, as must be done after every racing event here at the 25th Annual World 100. He's been to victory lane a lot of times. From Batesville, Arkansas, Billy Moyer. With the pace vehicle to the infield, here's the lineup for Heat Race 2 with Wendell Wallace of Batesville, Arkansas on the inside, and Dale McDowell of Chattanooga, Tennessee on the outside. It's Kevin Gundaker and Jack Hewitt in row 2, Donnie Moran and Charlie Schwartz in row 3, with Rick Eckert and Pete Parker in row 4. Then Denny Felter, Joe Rice, Terry English, Marvin Burton, Jerry Rice, Ernie Davis, Tom Reitz, Benny Feltner, Steve Barnett, Eddie Rickman, Jeff Coulter, and Clint Smith. 12 different states represented. 15 laps will be the distance. Let's watch the cars as they come down the backstretch. The status light's clear. The drivers have been given the one to go. We'll watch them as they move towards turn 4 with Wallace and McDowell edging for that advantage that gets them a lead early. We're underway with Wallace, your leader. It's Gundaker up to second. Hewitt down to the inside under McDowell. Here's Donnie Moran making it 3 wide. Now Hewitt moves up and it's 2 wide. Moran slips back to 5th. The 11 car of Charlie Schwartz to the inside of Moran. Everyone dives for the inside. Schwartz with a tremendous move. It is 99 Moran under Schwartz. And now Moran taps the wall. Great action in turn 2. Wendell Wallace, your leader. It's Gundaker in second, Hewitt in third. Then Schwartz and Moran with a great battle. 16, Denny Felder underneath the 18 of Dale McDowell. As the action back in the field, 5, 6, 7, 8 is great. Right up against the wall. Gundaker tries to move up on Wallace in the 6M car. He's unable to take advantage. Now the 6M taps the wall in turn 3. Off the gas for just a moment. Here is Wendell Wallace, Kevin Gundaker, Jack Hewitt, Charlie Schwartz, Johnny Moran, Dale McDowell, and Denny Felker. They are really flying here at Eldora. Here's Hewitt, the 21 to the inside of Gundaker. It took just one bottle, and Hewitt from Troy, Ohio, into second. Your leaders out of turn 4, and here they come. Back in the pack, off time, 3 abreast racing, and some of the drivers dive to the inside, as we've seen the leaders do as well. There's 16 Felder underneath the 18 McDowell car, as that's the battle right now for 6th. Your leader is Wallace. Then it is Hewitt, Gundaker. That's your top 3. Gundaker on the bubble. 11 Schwartz and 99 Moran. Then 16 Felder, McDowell, and the 24 car of Rick Eckert of Pennsylvania. The ZR1 of Jerry Rice of Verona, Kentucky, also making a move. Here's 21 Hewitt down underneath the Wallace car. He slides in front. Wallace waits to get on the gas, and Hewitt takes the lead. Running the high side through the turn. It's Hewitt, your leader, with Wallace in second. 11 Gundaker third. Then 11 Schwartz and 99 here and really having at it, and we're only halfway through. The flags are crossed for your leader, 21, Jack Hewitt. Boy, how many times has he led a race here at Eldora Speedway? Back in the field battle for fourth with 99. Donnie Moran looking to the inside of Charlie Swartz. Now Swartz down to the inside of his counterpart in the 11 car. That's Kevin Gundaker. The 18 of McDowell in the wall in turn 3 as Hewitt leads them across the line. The yellow flag comes out. We'll go back one lap for the lineup. Lots of action. Your first caution in heat race number 2 with 21 Jack Hewitt and 6 Wendell Wallace, 11 Kevin Gundaker, 99 Donnie Moran, 11 Charlie Swartz. Caution at Eldora. It's 21 Jack Hewitt, 6 Wendell Wallace, 11 Kevin Gundaker, 11 Charlie Swartz, 99 Donnie Moran, 16 Denny Felker, and 24 Rick Eckert. Leading the field in heat race 2 is the green flag unfurled, and the field begins to chase the W100 Credits car number 21 of Jack Hewitt. Now here's 16 Denny Felker in the wall, and some of the cars, including 49 Tom Reitz, get right into the car in the turn, and we have caution at Eldora with 16 Felker and 49 Reitz involved in an incident in turn 1. With 7 laps complete, the field is set with 21 Hewitt, 6M Wallace, 11 Gundaker, 11 Swartz, and 99 Moran, 1 through 5, then 24 Rick Eckert, and the ZR1 of Jerry Rice. The green flag flies, and here's the battle in Eldora in heat race 2. Jack Hewitt in the Ford-powered JW100 car is your leader. 11 Gundaker is off the gas. 11 Gundaker down to the inside, his arm held high. Obviously something mechanical inside the car has gone awry. A tough break for Kevin Gundaker of St. Charles, Missouri. Meantime, Jack Hewitt collects another lap with Wendell Wallace, and now Donnie Moran to third. Then Charlie Swartz, Eckert, and Jerry Rice. It's 89 Steve Barnett down low. Barnett way down on the low side as he's trying to advance. We'll watch his path as these last laps tick away. It's probably a 6-7 car length lead for Jack Hewitt of Troy, Ohio. Right now the battle is the 11 car of Charlie Swartz as he looks to take on 99 Donnie Moran for that third and final transfer position. Swartz keeps looking to the inside but never making that move. It's Moran right up against the wall. Swartz and then the 24 car of Eckert right behind there as well, waiting to take advantage of any situation that might happen. 2 through 6 or 7 are very close. The 21 car of Hewitt has moved off on his own. Into turn 4 again, your leader, and then second, third, and fourth, it's Wallace. Moran, who looks like he wants to try the high side of Wallace, but there's just no room up there, and Swartz, who wants to try the low side of Moran. Rick Eckert right behind, and Jerry Rice, and the 1 car of Smith as well. Again, it's Swartz looking to the inside of Moran. No go, and now 24 Eckert in the Rave West construction car is off the pace on the front stretch. A bit of a race of attrition here as the 24 car pulls to the inside and now sitting in field as well. So it is a battle for the third and final transfer position as Hewitt collects another lap, then Wallace and Moran. Moran seems to be pressing the issue just a bit, and now Charlie Swartz, who looks like he may be a little bit better in turn 2. Moran better into the turn, perhaps Swartz a little bit better out of the turn. We'll watch him now in 3 and 4. Here is the white flag for your leader, 21 Jack Hewitt. Wendell Wallace with a tap from Donnie Moran right under the flag stand. It's 11 Swartz in 4th. Swartz will have to move up 1 position or he will not be able to be locked into the 25th annual World 100. It'll be a tight battle. Here's 99 Moran to the inside of Wallace, and 11 Swartz tries to follow as well. At the checker, it is 21 Hewitt, 6M Wallace, 99 Moran, 11 Swartz, ZR1 Rice. Those are your top 5 cars. A great battle coming out of turn number 4. That 2nd through 4th and 5th position was a great battle. It wasn't determined till the cars came right across the start-finish line. But the battle for the lead was won by a guy, a favorite son here at Eldora Speedway. He comes from Troy, Ohio, a Rayburn race car with a Ford power plant. W100 Produce is the sponsor. It is 21 Jack Hewitt, your winner. Master car builder C.J. Rayburn on the pole with 6 Jesse James Lay of Union, Kentucky, the Steel Power Tools car on the outside. It's 29 Darrell Lanigan and 68 Tim Hitt, 72 John Mason and 32 Bob Pierce, 70 Jeff Smith and B12 Kevin Weaver. Those are your first 4 rows. Again, just 3 cars out of this stellar field will advance. The 4th through 7th positions move on to the Consi. So it's very important to finish at least 7th in this race. Scott Bloomquist starts far back in this field. We'll try to keep you abreast of his progress as the status lights are clear behind C.J. Rayburn and Jesse James Lay. The cars come to turn 4 to the white line and begin accelerating. We're underway with 29 Lanigan on the inside of Rayburn and 68 Hitt and 6. James Lay moves to the high side, and it's nearly 3 wide again in turn 2. The 29 car of Lanigan slides up into the 1 of Rayburn. They stabilize themselves on lap 1 as Jesse James Lay are later. Well, 29 Lanigan gets into Rayburn. Rayburn gets a little bit sideways. Weaver in the V12 tries to move to his inside. Then it's the 11 of Dick Phillips of Scipio, Indiana, as he moves underneath Rayburn as well as Rayburn begins to drift back just a little bit. Meanwhile, as the battle for the lead, it's 6 Jesse James Lay at 29, Darrell Lanigan. 68 Tim Hitt is in the 3rd and transfer position. Then Bob Pierce of Danville and Millersburg, Ohio's John Rayson Mason and B12 Kevin Weaver of Gibson City. The 32 of Pierce and B12 of Weaver are both former United Midwestern Promoters Series champions, trying to make the field for the 25th annual World 100. Another lap is collected. Pierce looks to the inside, trying to take on Tim Hitt of Weston, West Virginia. He does not get an advantage. In fact, Hitt begins to advance, and the 6 car down to the inside. It is now 68. Hitt into 2nd. Lanigan, your leader. Now let's check the 18 of Scott Bloomquist as he has moved up substantially, about 3 car lengths behind B12 Kevin Weaver. He is in turn 2. Your leader right now is in turn 3, but Bloomquist has already come a substantial portion just a few laps into this heat race. 29 Lanigan, 68 Hitt, 6 Jesse James Lay, 32 Bob Pierce, 72 John Mason, B12 Weaver, and then 18 Scott Bloomquist of Mooresburg, Tennessee. Scott picked up $100,000 just this past June as the winner of the historical, the big one here at Eldora Speedway. 29, Darrell Lanigan has stretched out his lead. Tim Hitt is 2nd. James Lay moves high in turn 2, and 32 Pierce dives to the inside. Now Pierce with the high side advantage, but Jesse James Lay running right on the inside. It's a side-by-side battle in turn 4 with Pierce moving into that 3rd and final transfer position. We said earlier that 18 Bloomquist won the historical big one. Well, that's another $100,000 win race. And that's the dream. Anyway, it was a lot of money for Scott Bloomquist. He continues to advance on the field. It's Lanigan and Hitt and Pierce, 1, 2, 3, with Lay, Weaver, Mason, who looks like that right rear tire is going down. It is very, very low, and 18 Bloomquist beginning to advance on Mason as well. Weaver to the inside of the 6th car. It is Weaver and Jesse James Lay right down the front stretch. We'll watch to see if he tries to cut that turn in turn 2 and move to his inside. The leaders in traffic, lots of lap traffic as well. Lots of action in all the corners here at Eldora Speedway. It's 29 Darrell Lanigan, 68 Tim Hitt, and Hitt looks to the outside of 29 Lanigan. It is 29 Lanigan, your leader. They're 3 wide in front. Who will be your leader out of the backstretch? Lanigan down to the inside, and has their 2nd place car up into the pits, riding along the wall. 68 Tim Hitt beginning to challenge 29 Darrell Lanigan in heavy traffic down the backstretch. Gets the car up on the wall and up in the pits and rides nearly the length of the last half of the backstretch. 68 Tim Hitt, your 2nd place car, has caution here at Eldora. The speedway has been cleared. The fence has been fixed. Rick Rickman in the 86 car got underneath the 68 of Tim Hitt. Both were okay after a spectacular accident in the backstretch. Right now, here's the lineup. 29, Darrell Lanigan, 32, Bob Pierce, B12, Kevin Weaver. They're your top 3. Then 72, John Mason. From the 14th starting position, 18, Scott Bloomquist. Then 11, Dick Phillips. 1, C.J. Rayburn. And 16, Tony Izzo Jr., the current national UMP point leader. And the green flag flies, and we are racing at Eldora. The race for 3rd right now. Let's watch B12, Kevin Weaver, 72 Mason, and 18 Bloomquist. Bloomquist now slides a little bit higher. It's Weaver and the 72 car of racing John Mason, as everybody slips up to the high side and begins to make a straight line down the front stretch. Weaver just a little bit to the inside of 72 John Mason. Bloomquist is probably 5 car lengths behind the 72 of Mason car right now. His advance seems to have slowed just a little bit. 11 Phillips right behind the 18 of Bloomquist. Lanigan, the leader. Pierce in second. They are comfortably in their position. The battle for third, the final transfer position. B12, Kevin Weaver of Gibson City, and 72 John Mason of Millersburg, Ohio. They're perhaps 2 car lengths apart. Then 5 more car lengths. Then 18 Scott Bloomquist and 11 Dick Phillips will have at it in their battle for the 5th and 6th position. Here is 72 John Mason looking to the inside of Weaver. Weaver moving down just a little bit, trying to block that path as they enter turn 3. He does so successfully. Harold Lanigan comes across the line, collects another lap. Weaver and Mason continue to have the battle on the racetrack as the field really begins to stretch out. Bloomquist's advance to that 14th starting position has apparently halted as we are nearing the end of this race. In fact, the white flag is out. 1 left to go for Darrell Lanigan of Union, Kentucky. It's 32 Bob Pierce of Danville, Illinois, second. Then B12 Kevin Weaver of Gibson City in third. Then Mason, Bloomquist, and Dick Phillips looking to the inside of Bloomquist. Can't get the job done as the checkered flag unfurls. The car 29 from Union, Kentucky. Your winner is Darrell Lanigan. 32 Bob Pierce. Second, B12 Weaver in third. 72 Mason. 18 Bloomquist. 11 Dick Phillips. And 16 Tony Izzo Jr. 1 CJ Rayburn. And 8 Wayne Brooks. Interesting side note, tonight is the first night that Bob Pierce in the car number 32 has ever driven that race car. It's a race car that he is a backup car for Kevin Roderick, who normally drives the 25 car, a GRT chassis. He's never driven one of those before either. He drives it to a second place finish right behind the car number 29. The driver from Union, Kentucky, your winner in heat race number 3, Darrell Lanigan. Here's the lineup for heat race number 4, G2 of David Gibson and T20 Josh Tarter. There's your front row with Rod Conley and Johnny Verdon in row number 2. Paul Harris and Chris Patterson of St. John, Michigan in row number 3. Dave Burks and Larry Yantis making up row number 4 with Bub McCool. Freddie Smith outside of row number 5. Then Tom Hurst and Scott Sexton. That is the lineup as they came to the Speedway. Now we are ready to go racing. With Gibson and Tarter up front, everybody's bunched closely together, and the green flag unfurls, and we're racing again with Gibson on the inside, Tarter the high side. Tarter keeps the gas in as he goes into turn 1 with a small lead. Now Gibson advances on the low side, and 66 Johnny Verdon looks for an advantage. He's unable to get it up this time. Gibson down low underneath the T20 Tarter car. It's a great battle for the lead. In turn 4, it's Josh Tarter, your leader. Gibson in second, Verdon in third. Look who's up to 4th already. Look who's in 4th already from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Bazooka Base Tubes Gulf Valve Service 00 of Freddie Smith has advanced to that 4th position, and he's looking to take to the inside of Johnny Verdon in the 66 in turn 4. There is no room to do so. We'll watch them again as they come to turns 1 and 2. Tarter, your leader. Gibson in second. Verdon really holding on to turn into that position in turn number 2 with Smith. Now Smith with a hard acceleration to the low side. They're 3 wide in turn number 4. It's Lanigan, your leader. Second, T20 Tarter, your leader. Then G2 Gibson, the 66 of Verdon, the 00 of Freddie Smith. Then 71 Rod Conley, who's back in that 5th position. Now Smith with a pass on the high side. He's tried the low side many times. It is Smith to the high side of Verdon, and Smith to that final transfer position. He's up to 3rd, and now he sets his sights on the G2 car of David Gibson of Ashflock, Arkansas. He's unable to make the pass in turn 2. Meanwhile, T20 Josh Tarter has moved out to a substantial lead. Freddie Smith can now see him with no cars in front of him as he looks underneath David Gibson for for just a moment, unable to complete the pass. Smith using that low side to make these passes. Obviously, that's a little bit tougher on the tires, but he is able right now to move up all the way from outside of row number 5 to challenge for that second starting position. It's a battle for second in turn 4 behind Josh Tarter. David Gibson with a great job of holding off Freddie Smith. Both at this point in time where the race to end would advance to the 25th annual World 100. The 40 car of Richard Cheney down low on the backstretch. Cheney is about to pull in. Again, Smith looks to the inside of Gibson, but to no avail. Another lap is collected in this heat race number 4. 66 Burton beginning to advance on the Smith car. He's beginning to just come into the frame there. Here's Smith with a charge down low. Will he slide up high, or will Gibson keep his foot on the accelerator? He does, and Gibson holds him off again. What a tremendous battle between two great late model racers. Smith with a challenge on the low side again, and he can't get the job done. David Gibson has to be holding his breath, but he's doing a great job of holding his line, keeping his foot on the accelerator, running his own race, and not letting Freddie Smith by. Meanwhile, T20 Josh Tarter is just about to check out. He's about probably 6 or 7 car lengths away from encountering the last cars on the lead lap. Freddie Smith again running right in the middle of the racetrack and finding nowhere to pass as the G2 car is just faster off of the turn. It is faster coming off of the turns, although Smith is able to get a good advantage moving in as the G2 car and the 00 car advance. Here comes the 66 of Johnny Verdon of Russellville, Arkansas. He continues to advance every lap and come right up on the bumper of Freddie Smith, and soon Smith will have to worry about protecting that third position, not only challenging for second. Again, they're side by side in turn 2 as the T20 car of Josh Tarter begins to encounter lap traffic. That's Troy Warwick of Upland, Indiana, and he is right on the tail. In fact, he's working on the outside and bumping him, and so those cars will now slow up. That slows up your leader and allows the second and third place cars to move up just a little bit closer. It is Tarter, Gibson, and Smith as they encounter that lap traffic. Verdon right behind him as well, certainly not out of it. It's 3 wide out of turn 4 with Tarter your leader, then Gibson and Smith. Boy, it's been very repetitive each and every lap with Smith down to the inside, but he is never able to make that pass. Great driving from David Gibson of Ash Flat, Arkansas, as he continues to hold off one of the stalwarts of late model racing. Now a determined charge by 00 Freddie Smith, but he is unable to slide up front, and Gibson holds him off. We're 1 lap from the end. T20, Josh Tarter, your leader. Now, Freddie Smith to the inside of Gibson. It's the money lap, and Gibson holds him off in turn number 2. We'll watch him in 3 and 4. Here's Smith almost ready to challenge for the lead. In turn 4 they come. At the checker, Tarter, your winner. Smith in second, Gibson in third, then Verdon. Then the 52 car of Scott Sexton of Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. What a great battle between G2 David Gibson and 00 Freddie Smith, entertaining us in heat race number 4. Your winner, however, from Dunville, Kentucky, drove the black T20. Your winner is Josh Tarter. Heat race number 5 with Jeff Napper of the 112 and 02 Bob Flynn of Ionia, Michigan in the front row. In 75, Bart Hartman. That is the yellow 75 with B4 Jack Boggs in row 2. G1 Steve Russell and the red 75 of Terry Phillips in row 3. Row 4 is 14 Steve Warren and 23J Jerry Bowersock. With 40, Bob Miller, 91, Brian Dunaway in the next row. Then it's 12, Stinson, and 93, Johnson. That's the scheduled lineup for heat race number 5. Winner of this goes on the front row of tonight's World 100. 15 laps the distance. Napper and Flynn right up front. Status lights are clear. The field begins to tighten up into 3 and 4. Let's watch some exciting moves. It's been very exciting starts, sometimes 3 and 4 wide. As 75, Hartman down to the inside, and he leads the field into turn 1. There's B4 Jack Boggs as well, and Russell and 75 Phillips get together on the high side as they're battling. Now coming into turn 3, it is Phillips in the 75 and Russell in the G1 really having at it. Now we have a couple of cars sideways in turn number 4 and coming together with contact as well. 112, Jeff Napper is involved, and caution at Eldora. After a couple of starts, which featured some accidents, the field is a bit shortened up, and we're ready to go racing on heat race number 5. It is G1 Steve Russell and 02 Bob Flynn up front. 75 Hartman and B4 Boggs in row number 2. Then 14 Steve Warren and 75 Terry Phillips. The green flag unfurls, and we're ready to go racing here at Eldora. It is G1 Steve Russell, the leader. B4 Jack Boggs looks low to the inside. A pair of 75s battling third and fourth right now. The yellow 75 is Bart Hartman. The red 75 is Terry Phillips. It's Hartman to the low side, Phillips to the high side. Phillips now advancing around the B4 with a tremendous runoff of turn number 4. Boggs now begins to move on the low side under Russell from Tupelo, Mississippi, all the way here to race at Eldora. Hey, pretty good battle for second. Russell, your leader, with 75. Phillips to the inside of B4 Boggs. The low side in turn 4 doesn't do the red 75 car very well, and he's put back into third, and Boggs begins to pursue your leader down the backstretch as he begins to stress it out a little bit. G1 is Steve Russell, then B4 Jack Boggs, in 75 Terry Phillips. It is the 75 car of Hartman in fourth place, followed by the 02 Flynn car. He's running in the fifth place right now. 1J Davey Johnson of New Alexandria, Pennsylvania, is making his way through the field right now as he works underneath the 14 car of Steve Warren. Those are for some of the final transfer positions. We collect another lap. G1 Steve Russell, B4 Boggs, and 75 Phillips. 1, 2, 3. Now 75 Hartman has moved down to the low side through the turn as he tries to advance on his numerical counterpart without success. The battle for 5, 6, 7, and 8 is the place on the racetrack right now where there is a lot of action going on. Ronnie Johnson and Davey Johnson all having at it as they try to get into some of those final transfer positions. As the field streams on by, let's return to your leader as he goes into turn 3. G1, Steve Russell, then Boggs, then Phillips, then Hartman. Your leaders are safely ahead of any challenges from behind, and right now they are about a half a racetrack behind the last cars on the lead lap. Here's Boggs with a move down to the inside of G1. He slides up front. Russell down to his inside, trying to return the favor on the front stretch. Jack Boggs from Grayson, Kentucky, assumes the lead. Boggs, the leader. Russell, and then Phillips. Phillips begins to move up just a little bit on the Russell car now as Boggs begins, after following Russell, to now establish a bit of lead for himself, a bit of a cushion, as it were. Boggs begins to move up on the 40 car of Bob Miller, and 16 of John Garrett as well. He splits the difference in turns 3 and 4. Next car in front of him will be 23J of Jerry Bowersock. That leaves Russell and Phillips to work their way through lap traffic as well. They do so seemingly successfully right now. No incidents to report on as they work their way through the tail of the field. Boggs with a clear Speedway in front of him right now. The 00 of Randy Cordy will be the next car he looks at. Then 7 of Jay Sparks of Metamora. Just one car between B4 Boggs and G1 Russell. That is Bowersock in the 23. Bowersock slows down and lets the lead cars on through. Russell slides underneath. Here is Phillips also trying to accomplish the same task. 40 of the 00, realizing the leads are coming through, moves down to the low side and allows B4 Boggs to get on by. And Boggs begins to work on Jay Sparks from Metamora, Illinois. At the front stretch, it's Boggs down low and Sparks up high, and Boggs makes the pass and continues on as the leader now with perhaps a quarter of a length Speedway lead on your second and third place cars. There you see Russell and 75 Terry Phillips from Springfield, Missouri as well. Here's the white flag for G4 Jack Boggs. Russell and Phillips collect that white flag as well. Then Hartman and Johnson in the 1J, who's moved up into the next transfer position. Your leader moving around the Speedway in a very quick fashion. It is P4 Jack Boggs, your winner. Steve Russell second, Terry Phillips third, Hartman in fourth, Johnson, then Johnson in the next transfer position. The Chubby Baird Gate Company, Miller Brothers car B4 from Gayson, Kentucky, a longtime favorite for late model racing fans. B4 Jack Boggs, your winner. Heat race number 6. Here's the lineup with Indiana's Mike Jewell on the pole. Kentucky's Steve Francis on the outside. In the red 1, John Lawhorn from Ohio. And Larry Moore from Dayton, Ohio on the outside. That's the red 79. Troy Green in the car 3 with Bill Fry from Arkansas outside row 3. 7, Frank Reamer. 75, John Gill. 31, Johnny Wheeler. 10, Audie McWilliams. 77, Barry Bragdon. And 3, Rick DeLong. 57, Troy Vanderveen. 99, Johnny Johnson. 20, Dave Hopkins and Ed Griffin in the G2. 41, D. Frank Jenkenberger. 25, Jeff Cohn. 12S, Terry Strofe. And U2, Jerry Gentry. That's the field with the status lights clear. One more race to determine the final locked-in cars for tonight's 25th annual World 100. Man, they're as close as they've been tonight. As they come to turn 4, here's the green flag with Jewell and Francis up front. Lawhorn in the 1 car. 66, Bill Fry looking for advantage down low. And 79, Larry Moore. Moore to the inside of the red 1 car, being driven by John Lawhorn this evening. And Jewell collects lap 1. Fry in the 66 underneath 15, Francis. That's the battle for second. John Gill and Larry Moore 4th and 5th right now. That's a pretty good battle going on as well. Let's watch him in turn 4. Jewell, Fry, Francis, Gill, Moore. Moving their way through the field. And Audie McWilliams has also made a stern charge. John Gill in the battle for the 3rd place position underneath 15, Steve Francis. And John Gill up to 3rd. McWilliams taps the wall and turns through, gets off the pace for just a minute. Here's Gill down low as he begins to challenge Bill Fry. Doesn't get the time done this time. Mike Jewell out to a 3.5 car length lead. It's Jewell, Fry, Gill, Francis, and Moore. As we have caution on the Speedway, the 20 car of Dave Hopkins of Muskegon, Michigan, got in the wall in turn 3. The right front of the race car is without a wheel, and there's a good deal of body damage on the car as he makes his way around. The yellow 20, as he moves down the backstretch, is the reason for our caution. It is Dave Hopkins. We have caution here at Eldora. The Speedway is clear. Mike Jewell takes the field back to green here at Eldora with Fry down low in 75. John Gill immediately starts the challenge. Fry was low in 3 and 4. Gill loses the low side in 1 and 2 from Mitchell, Indiana. Another former United Midwestern Promoters Series champion, John Gill, up to 2nd right now. Here comes 15, Steve Francis, with a good charge off of the caution period. 9, Mike Jewell is your leader. Jewell and Gill, your 1st and 2nd place cars. A lot of racing together in the Indiana racing circuits. Both come from the southern Indiana racing area, and a couple of top races in that area. Here's a challenge on the low side and a pass by 75, John Gill. You see Jewell right on his tail as they head into turns 1 and 2. Now Gill, who's really been moving, moves in a substantial lead as we have a car slowing in turns 3 and 4. That brings out the caution. The caution for the 77 car, Barry Bragdon, as he slows in turn 3. It's a flat right rear tire. A flat right rear tire for 77. Bragdon, we have caution at Eldora. 78 laps of the dream. That's what John Gill of Mitchell, Indiana led just a few months ago. Right now he is leading heat race number 6 for the final qualifying positions for the World 100. John Gill, your leader, as we return to green. 6 laps complete. Jewel in second. Fry in third. And that final transfer position in 15. Francis and 3 green. 79 Moore and 1 Lawhorn and 7 Reber. 3 Rick DeLong as well. Field really stretching out, especially considering we just have 1 lap in. We're halfway through now. Halfway through, and John Gill already has perhaps a 4-car length lead on Jewel. Here's Fry as he begins to advance on Jewel. Looks like he wants to try to take over that second position. Francis running the middle of the racetrack as well. Looks like he wants to gain some ground and perhaps move into one of those final transfer positions. 66 Fry down low. It's Jewel up high. Mike Jewel holds the position, and Fry falls back in line on the high side, and that cushion just inches off the wall here at Eldora. Once Gill has moved out to that 5 or 6 car length lead, he is not extending it very much, not abusing the race car, not abusing the tires, just holding his position. Right now, the race of the racetrack to watch is between Mike Jewel and Bill Fry, Indiana and Arkansas drivers, respectively, as they head into turns 1 and 2. Fry continues to try that low side, trying to gain some ground. They are perhaps 10 car lengths ahead of the 4th place car. That is 15 Steve Francis, with Troy Green, Larry Moore, and John Lawhorn, 4th through 7th. Your leader, 75, John Gill, about to work his way into some lap traffic. We'll watch your leader as he now works into turn 3. Now high in turn 4, collecting another lap. Gill easily down low, and under the U2 of Jerry Gentry, he now has a car between himself and the 2nd place runner, Mike Jewel. Jerry Stroh from the 12X will be next for John Gill, and just like the last lap, he moves down low and easily takes that position. Gill clearly much faster than some of the cars running at the tail of the field. Johnny Wheeler of Campbellville, Kentucky, the 31X car, passed by Gill down low. Other competitors must be seeing Gill on this 6th heat race, the white flag lap, moving down low and easily passing cars and saying that could be a car to watch come feature time. Your leader now in turn 3, coming up on Frank Jenkenberger of Wood Lake, Wisconsin. 75, John Gill, your winner in heat race 6. 9, Mike Jewel 2nd. 66, Bill Fry in 3rd. 15, Steve Francis. Then 3, Green. 79 Moore. 1, Lawhorn, and 7, Reber. The heat races are completed. We have just our fastest qualifiers not already in the show, and our last chance races left to go. Right now, here's a moment to salute a very popular driver, a businessman in southern Indiana, the Elrod Grain car. Elrod Grain, one of his sponsors, has many different businesses in southern Indiana that he takes care of and goes racing as well. 75, John Gill, your winner. 15 laps for the B-Main. The top 4 advance. Here are the qualifiers. Rick Auckland of the 12 of Fargo, North Dakota, and John Mason of Millersburg, Ohio on the outside, with Johnny Verdon and Bart Hartman in row 2, Steve Francis and Larry Davis of Illinois in row 3, with Jerry Rice and Scott Bloomquist, a former winner, in row 4. He's going to have a ways to go. Scott Sexton and Davey Johnson after that, with Troy Green and John Provenzano, Clint Smith and Dick Phillips, Don O'Neill and Ronnie Johnson. There's another former World 100 winner at the back of the field of the B-Main, Larry Moore and Steve Barnett, Tony Izzo Jr. and Rod Conley, Jay Johnson and John Lawhorn, Gar Dixon and Joe Rice. This field would make any racetrack proud for their main event. Tonight, the B-Main for the World 100, the 25th World 100, paying $28,000 to the winner. Features all of these race cars, all of these past champions. Many of these cars, I'm sure, champions at their local racetrack. Tonight, just trying to make the show. The top 4 will advance. Everyone else will sit down with all the rest of us enjoy the World 100 here at Eldora. The pace car leads the field. They've come from a very, very far away, and some just down the street. Rick Auckland from North Dakota, and John Mason from Millersburg, Ohio, from Arkansas. And Ohio, there's your second row as well. Nearly 20 states in all, and Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada represented in this field. Who will win the B main, and who advances to tonight's World 100? We'll know in just 15 laps. A very slow pace by Rick Auckland as he leads the field down the backstretch. John Racing Mason on the outside, in a position which is considered a bit of an advantage, because when you're on that high groove, sometimes you can get a little more acceleration. Let's watch the field as they accelerate into the turn. They indeed split up with Auckland down low, Mason up high, and we're racing for the B main. Here at Eldora, it's 12 Rick Auckland and 72 Mason. Mason, your leader, Auckland in second. It is the 66 car of Burden up to third right now. 15 Francis down low, then Hartman in fifth. Bloomquist running in sixth place right now, and again in the B main we have 4 cars advance. We have 2 cars getting sideways. The 52 car and the ZR1 car. That's Scott Sexton and Jerry Rice getting together. They collected a couple more cars in turn 2. That brings the first caution to Speedway for the B main. Again, it was Jerry Rice in the ZR1 and 52 Scott Sexton and 33 Little John Provenzano from Salmonock all involved. That's caution 1 here at Eldora. 1 lap down, 14 to go to determine the final 4 entrants in the 25th annual World 100. It is Mason, Auckland, Burden, and Hartman. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a whole host of other champions ready to take them on as we're ready to go racing. Bloomquist in the 18 to the inside of Francis as he has now moved up in that 5th position. Johnson, the 1J, running the low side as well. It's a good-sized lead considering they've only run half a lap for John Mason. Auckland in second with 66 Burden in third. Then Hartman, who is next in sight to the Mooresburg, Tennessee champion, Scott Bloomquist. Then 15 Francis and 1J Johnson, 3 Green, and 5 Ronnie Johnson, who's next in line. The closest cars are 3, 4, and 5. Remember, 3 and 4 advance, 5 sits and watches the rest of the racing action here at Eldora. The 75 down to the inside of 66 Burden, no go. He really didn't have a very good run into the low side of the racetrack, and it wasn't a great attempt. He's made better throughout this evening. Now here's Bloomquist running the middle of the racetrack, where everyone else is on the high side as he takes the Action Racing Collectibles J&J Steel very right chassis down low and begins to give it all he's got because time is short. Davey Johnson could reach out and touch that wall. He's running in 6th right now, but he is consistently running right down on the low side. He's underneath 15 Francis right now. As we focus on Hartman as he goes underneath 66 Burden, there's Bloomquist. You can see he's sitting, waiting to see what happens there. 5, Ronnie Johnson is making his way through the field nicely. He and Steve Francis are having a great battle as well. That's just behind the action you're seeing right now. 75 Hartman, 18 Bloomquist, and then Ronnie Johnson and Steve Francis are wheel to wheel and door handle to door handle as well. 3, 4, and 5. Your leader is 72 Mason. Your second place runner is 12 Rick Auckland. The action is 3, 4, and 5. You can see them as they come around turns 3 and 4 now into 1 and 2. There's 15 Francis and Johnson as well. That's 5 Ronnie Johnson down underneath. That's another battle that's been really exciting to watch. Davey Johnson, the 1J, just behind those cars as well. As we follow Francis, Johnson, and Johnson, Burden and Hartman and Bloomquist are still having it in much the same fashion with some different race cars. 3-car battles in 2 different places on the Speedway. John Mason is checked out, and so is Rick Auckland as well. Here's Hartman down underneath Burden. Bloomquist has not been able to advance into that 4th position. He's has not made any serious moves for that, and the indication of the drivers is 5 laps. Unofficially 5 laps left as they come by the flag stand. The flagman holds up 5 fingers. That's an indication, guys, if you're going to hurry, now's the time. And Bloomquist takes it to heart as he looks to the inside of 75 Hartman, who just last week won a big race in the Stars Series. Bloomquist, who's run many races in the Hama-Tampa Series this year. A couple of champions having it up for the 4th and final transfer position. Again, you see Bloomquist right down low, but he does not seem to keep up with Hartman in the 75. Johnson and Francis are really having it. That's Ronnie Johnson and Davey Johnson. They're having it in the battle right behind these cars as well. We'll try to keep you up to date on all of it here on the B-Main. This is the last chance race. Your leader is in turn 3 right now. That is 72 John Mason, 12 Rick Auckland, about 7 paces behind that. About 7 paces behind Auckland is the battle you see right now with 66 Burden, 75 Hartman, 18 Bloomquist. Here's the charge from Bloomquist. The laps are not many. Will it be Hartman? Will it be Bloomquist? Will it be Burden? Who will advance? One of those cars on your screen right now will not. Here is the white flag. Time is short. 72 Mason, your leader. 12 Auckland second. Bloomquist the 4th. And 66 Burden. Bloomquist and 75 Hartman. The money lap is the last lap. You see that the left rear fender is bent up on the tire. Will that slow the car down? Cause the tire to go flat. Allow Hartman to pass. We'll see. 72 Mason, your winner. 12 Auckland in second. It is 66 Burden third. And 18 Scott Bloomquist in 4th. Then 75 Hartman, 15 Francis. 5 Ronnie Johnson, 1 J Davey Johnson, 3 Troy Green. Exciting racing to the very last lap. Driven by champions, performed by champions, and now we have our 4 final qualifiers for tonight's World 100. Again, your top 4, your winner from Millersburg, Ohio in the 72, John Mason, with Fargo, North Dakota's Rick Auckland in 2nd, Arkansas's Johnny Verdon in 3rd, and the 4th and final transfer position goes to Mooresburg, Tennessee's Scott Bloomquist. We have our final 4 competitors for the 25th annual World 100. Here's the field for tonight's World 100. Starting in the 24th position from Mooresburg, Tennessee, the J&J Steel car number 18, Scott Bloomquist. Starting inside row number 12 from Russellville, Arkansas, the Reinhardt Trucking 66V, Johnny Verdon. Outside row 11, the car number 12, the Curtis Equipment sponsored car, a Bullet chassis with a Malcuit engine, 34-year-old Rick Auckland. From Millersburg, Ohio, the Malcuit Racing 72 of John Racing Mason. From Ashland, Kentucky, the car number 11, Charlie Swartz. Inside row 10, tonight's quick qualifier from Georgetown, Indiana, Skip Arp. Outside row number 9 in the car number 66, the Reinhardt Trucking car, a GRT chassis, and he works a GRT chassis as well. 66, Greenbrier, Arkansas's Bill Fry. Part of a racing family from Springfield, Missouri, sponsored by McDonald's of Lake of the Ozarks in a GRT chassis, 28-year-old Terry Phillips. Outside row 8 in the car G2 from Ash Flat, Arkansas, David Gibson. A former UMP champion from Gibson City, Illinois in the Jack Johnson Pizza Hut, Precision Plastic Products, Lynn Chevrolet B12, Kevin Weaver. Inside row 8. A former champion at the World 100, outside row number 7, a 32-year-old driver from Dresden, Ohio in the low temp racing 99, Donnie Moran. Inside row 7, the bright yellow car number 100, C.S. Fitzgerald from Lexington, Virginia. The Morgan Fine Foods car number 9 sits outside row number 6. The driver hails from Scottsburg, Indiana, Mike Jewell. Inside row 6, the Gibson Racing Trailer Transport Service G1 from Tupelo, Mississippi, Steve Russell. Outside row number 5, the Bazooka Base Tubes GVS Racing 00. From Baton Rouge, Louisiana, a winner of the first Dream Race here at Eldora, Freddie Smith. A former UMP champion from Danville, Illinois, the Jeff's Engine Masters K&B Demolition Contractors 32, Bob Pierce, inside row 5. From Greenbrier, Arkansas, in the car 6M, it's a GRT chassis for Wendell Wallace, starting outside row 4. Inside row 4, in a Barry Wright chassis, a coal miner during the week and a racer on the weekends. Sponsored in part by Sterling Light Beer, it is 34-year-old Greg Williams. Outside row 3, a 3-time winner of this race in a C.J. Rayburn chassis, also sponsored by K&B Demolition Contractors. It's 37-year-old Billy Moyer from Batesville, Arkansas. Inside row 3, whether he's in a late model or whether he's in an open wheel car, always a crowd favorite, the J.W. Hunt Produce Ford-powered car number 21 from Troy, Ohio, Jack Hewitt. Outside row number 2 in the car number 29, a Masters-built chassis with a Coronet engine, sponsored in part by Arizona Custom Shirts, 29, Darrell Lanigan. Inside row 2 from Dunville, Kentucky, the car number T20, driven by Josh Tarter. Outside the front row from Grayson, Kentucky, in the B4, 45-year-old Jack Boggs. On the pole is a 34-year-old racer from Mitchell, Indiana, sponsored in part by the Elrod Grain Company and Foxco Engineering. It's a Masters-built chassis with a Hickson engine, John Gill. Drivers from 7 different states, 4 rookies involved in this, the 25th anniversary World 100 field. As they come on by, watch the fans from all across America who've gathered here in Rossburg, Ohio for this great event, this great racing happening. The World 100, $28,000 to win. And whether they've been here for the first time or 15 times, these drivers salute the race fans, and you can see the flash bulbs going off, the hats waving high in the air. There's C.S. Fitzgerald and John Gill and Jack Boggs and Donnie Moran on the front row, all behind the pace car. Each and every one of those drivers, 24 in all, their hands high in the air, saluting the great race fans at Eldora Speedway and the great late model race fans as they ring this facility. My guess is this is a record crowd, certainly a record crowd of late models here tonight. 227 late models tried to make this event. We're down to the final 24. Here's the lineup. Row 1, 75 John Gill and B4 Jack Boggs. Row 2, T20 Josh Tarter and 29 Darrell Lanigan. Row 3, a couple of 21s, 21 Jack Hewitt and 21 Billy Moyer. Row 4, 17 Greg Williams and 6 Wendell Wallace. Row 5, 32 Bob Pierce, 00 Freddie Smith. Row 6, G1 is Steve Russell and 9 Mike Jewell. Row 7, 100 C.S. Fitzgerald and 99 Donnie Moran. Row 8, B12 Kevin Weaver and G2 David Gibson. Row 9, 75 Terry Phillips and 66 Bill Fry. Row 10, 31 Skip Arp and 11 Charlie Swartz. Row 11, 72 John Mason and 12 Rick Auckland. And row 12, 66 V Johnny Verdon and 18 Scott Bloomquist. There's the lineup. The best in America from roughly 20 states have gathered here in Western Ohio, ready to watch racing action and the 25th World 100. The status lights are clear. The hearts are pounding of these thousands of race fans and these 24 race car drivers. We're in Eldora with the World 100. They come through turn 2. It's side-by-side action with 75 John Gill and B4 Jack Boggs. T20 Tarter right now running in that 3rd position. Second, that's 29 Lanigan with 21 Moyer and T20 Tarter in 5th. Then 6 Wendell Wallace and 00 Freddie Smith. The field begins to stretch out. Gill leading early in the World 100 like he led in the Dream just several months ago. 75 John Gill collects another lap. B4 Boggs second, 29 Lanigan third. Then it's 21 Moyer, T20 Tarter, 6M Wallace, 00 Freddie Smith. Then 32 Bob Pierce and 21 Jack Hewitt, 17 Greg Williams, 9 Mike Jewell and G1 Steve Russell. The field begins to stretch out just a little bit. Working their way through the turn, everyone realizing you can't win this race in the first lap. You have to win it at the 100th lap and have to save your race car and save your tires as well. No laggers at the back of the field, although 18 Scott Bloomquist has begun to make a move, passing several of the cars. He's done at 24. Right now he's challenging for that 21st position. The groove is very high right now, and especially in turn 2, and right up against the wall in 3 and 4 as well. Here is 00 Freddie Smith as you see him working his way through the turn. Freddie Smith with a pass to the inside of T20 Tarter, but Tarter is ready to challenge him on the high side. That pass is not complete yet. Many of the drivers have not tried those low side passes yet. Freddie Smith uses the low side in 3 or 4 effectively. Now here's the challenge for the lead out of turn number 4 and down the front stretch as B4 Jack Boggs looks like he wants a piece of 75 John Gill. Gill, your leader. Boggs has been unable to move on the outside, so it looks like he's going to challenge the inside. These two cars have broken away to a 4.5 car length lead. Here's Boggs to the inside at 4. They're side by side, and Boggs leads the lap. Your new leader from Grayson, Kentucky, the Miller Brothers Construction, Chubby Baird Gate Company, B4, Jack Boggs. Boggs now with a 3-car length lead on Gill, who is running second. It's 29 Lanigan and 21 Moyer. Watching the action. About 10 car lengths back between Moyer and the 21 and the 5th place car, that being 00 Freddie Smith, and then another 10 car length between Smith and Josh Tarter. Your leader continues, and B4 Jack Boggs, 75 Gill second, 29 Lanigan and 21 Moyer. Probably in the next 5 laps, the cars will begin encountering lap traffic as the pace has picked up just a little bit. The 6M of Wendell Wallace and Josh Tarter having a battle through 3 and 4. Wallace down to the inside at 32. Bob Pierce trying to funnel his way on the low side as well. Now they're in turn 3. Tarter holds him off this lap. It's Tarter, Wallace, and Pierce. Into turn number 1. Here's Pierce down to the inside of Wallace. And right behind those cars, another good battle with Mike Jewell, Donnie Moran, and Jack Hewitt. And several 3-car battles happening right in the same section of the racetrack. They're 3 wide as they come through turn 4. It's Tarter, Wallace, and Pierce. Then Hewitt. Now Moran on 99 down underneath Mike Jewell. And now Moran challenges Hewitt. And Jewell would like that position back right on the tail of Moran. He taps him as they go into the turn. Everybody edging for the low side. The passing is beginning to happen down low. Great racing action, 3rd through 7th or 8th position. Moran underneath Hewitt, and Jewell tries to make that pass as well. Can't quite get the job done. Your leader already now with a half Speedway lead. He's encountering lap traffic. 75 Gill leads the field down the backstretch. 29 Lanigan second, then 21 Moyer. There's the 17 Craig Williams car slowing through turn 4. Second, Gill, not your leader, but B4 Boggs. B4 Boggs is your leader. Gill in second. Lanigan in third and Moyer in 4th. Boggs had already worked his way through several of the lap cars, and we picked up the action. In turn 4, it's B4 Jack Boggs, your leader. Going around the 100 at C.S. Fitzgerald and David Gibson in the G2, putting those cars down the lap. No cautions, green flag action, and it's fast and furious. Your leader's working through turn 3. Jack Boggs collected on the lap. No cars between Boggs right now and 75 John Gill, then Lanigan and Moyer. Freddie Smith in the 00 running 5th with 2 lap cars between himself and the 4th place car of Billy Moyer. Your leader with 2 cars in front of him, 31 Skip Harp and 66B Johnny Burden. Boggs really down at the low side. Works his way past the quick qualifier and Skip Harp. Now sets his sights on one of the many Arkansas drivers involved in this World 100 field, that being Johnny Burden. There are many race cars who conceivably could be lapped in the next 10 or 15 laps as before Jack Boggs is setting a blistering pace early on in this World 100. If this goes green, there will be many cars who will drop down at least 1 lap. Down the backstretch. running very, very low. It's Boggs now. John Gill begins to advance as Boggs has some trouble working around the Vernon automobile. Lanigan and Moyer catching up, and it closes up with the 00 of Freddie Smith as well. Single file racing, all staying to the high side. Here's Boggs down underneath the Vernon automobile. Completes the pass and slides on up. John Gill will use the high side to get around Burton. Boggs neatly taps the wall in turn 4 and leads the field now into turn 1. John Racing Mason, a guy who held the track record here for qualifying for a number of years. Next in sight to the V4 of Jack Boggs. As I look back through the field, 18 Bloomquist is working his way through the field rather nicely. Here's a car that's also moved up one more. 21 Billy Moyer underneath the Lanigan automobile. Moyer to third. So it is B4 Boggs, 75 Gill, then 21 Moyer, 29 Lanigan, 00 Freddie Smith. You can see that big pack of race cars up in front of your leaders. That could present some daunting problems for Boggs and Gill and Moyer. This oftentimes is where those exciting passes would happen. You remember earlier in the evening, as your leaders in one of the heat races were working their way through lap traffic, the lap cars were stacked up 2 and 3 wide. One car getting up into the wall. That was the 68 Kim Hitt car as he got up into the wall, up into the fence, and rode 1/3 of the speedway down on that fence and on that wall. Always exciting times when the leaders begin to work their way into lap traffic. Heavy lap traffic, as is being done now by B4 Jack Boggs. Mason, realizing the leaders are coming through, slips down to the low side. Charlie Schwartz. Next up, Charlie Schwartz will be rolling right in front of your leader. Now he moves down to the low side. Boggs really seems to be slipping to the high side, and in fact tapping that wall with that right rear. We'll watch to make sure that that doesn't do body damage to the car and begin to prevent a problem either with the rear end or with a rubbing on that rear tire. Now he has moved down off that wall just a little bit as he passes Charlie Schwartz and stays in the middle of that racetrack. Gill also running the middle of the speedway with 21 Moyer chasing him down on the low side. Boggs looks ahead and sees B12 Kevin Weaver, 12 Rick Rockland. Here comes Billy Moyer once again in the 21 car as he challenges 75 John Gill. Gill looks underneath the Schwartz car as heavy action on the backstretch. Boggs looks to the high side of the 12 and 20 car. That allows Gill in the 75 to move on up, and we have a challenge for the lead. Boggs in the middle of the racetrack. It's 75. Gill on the low side as T20 Tarter and B12 Weaver run right in front of leaders trying to stay in that lead lap. In through turns 3 and 4. Now Boggs realizes that Gill is trying to run on the inside. He gets down low and blocks the path, and now uses that turn 1 and 2 to slide up high, use the cushion, and send him off turn 2 down the backstretch with now a little bit of a lead on that 75 Gill car. B12 Weaver moves out of the way of B4 Boggs as they come across the line. Great racing action. The best in the business are at it here at Eldora. This is the World 100. So far, caution free. Caution free. Jack Boggs of Grayson, Kentucky took the lead early on from 75 John Gill. Gill, however, has not let him out of his sight. 21 Billy Moyer third, 29 Lanigan fourth, then 00 Freddie Smith running in fifth. Billy Moyer working his way through lap traffic. He's got Johnny Moran right behind him with Charlie Schwartz right in front of him. Bunch of experience on this racetrack. Think of the laps that are held in the capable hands of all of those drivers. Many, many exciting laps for the race fans here at Eldora. A tap on the wall again for B4 Boggs as he gets just a little bit high. Moyer and Moran continue to have at it. Charlie Schwartz right in front of him. Darrell Lanigan with a bird's eye view of great racing action. You see Moran working the high side of 11 Schwartz, with 21 Billy Moyer right behind as they come down the backstretch and hard into turn 3. Billy Moyer, winner of 3 of the last 4 of these World 100. I believe it's 91, 93, and 94. He'd like to set himself up as the first 4-time winner of this event. A long race, you don't win it in the first lap. Completes the pass to the B12 Weaver car and moves on in the K&B Wrecking Rayburn chassis car. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, Billy Moyer experimented in a Mastersville race car, but he's back at a Rayburn for the World 100. B4 Jack Boggs, your leader right now. You see him coming out of turn number 4. 75 Gill second, 21 Moyer in third. Continues to pick off lapped cars. Gill running the low side, never letting him out of the sight, and Moyer doing the same thing. Here's Boggs working down to the inside of 32 Pierce and the 66 car 75 John Gill with a good view of that racing action behind. They are 3 wide as they come through turn number 4. Your leader in the middle of the sandwich at 66 Bill Fry, B4 Boggs, and 32 Bob Pierce. Pierce goes a lap down, and Boggs leads the field down the backstretch. Very cautious driving by most of these drivers, making sure they're not involved in any early wrecks, making sure to give the other driver a break if need be, because the equipment needs to be saved for that hard run those last 20 or 30 laps. Boggs again slips up high and nearly touches the wall in turn number 2. He's never won this race. He's won many of the other championships, however, and he'd like to add this one to his crown. 45-year-old Jack Boggs, a Coronet motor and a Mastersville chassis as he heads by the 6M of Wendell Wallace. John Gill right behind Wallace right now, but always keeping that B4 car in sight, knowing that if that car gets too many cars ahead, it'll be tough to put in the program. Gill now with a pass to the inside of 6M Wallace. Down to the inside and quickly flipping up high, and then continues the pursuit of the B4 Jack Boggs, your leader. Boggs to the inside of 100 CS Fitzgerald, his first one of 4 first-time competitors in the World 100. Billy Moyer in the 21 as he works underneath 32 Bob Pierce. 99 Donnie Moran right behind. Field now stretching out just a little bit. Not too much passing going on as we work the middle laps of this race. There's Moran to the inside of Pierce in the car 32. Pearson a borrowed ride for this evening. This is actually the backup car for Kevin Roderick. Moran makes the pass. Your leader in a bit of traffic now around G2. David Gibson puts him on the lap now. 66 Bill Fry follows him underneath Gibson. Your leader in turns 1 and 2. Wendell Wallace looks to pass 21 Billy Moyer. Can't get that position back from Moyer as he heads on down the backstretch. Now B4 Boggs puts the pass on 31. Skip Arp, tonight's pit qualifier, and he has some clear lanes ahead of him. You see 66 Fly down low. John Gill looks to pass Skip Arp as well. 6M Wendell Wallace is slowing on the backstretch, and apparently he's going to retire because of mechanical difficulties. Here's Gill underneath the Curtis Equipment 31, and he makes that pass. That is a lapped car. Gill still running in the second position. 2 Curtis Equipment cars. That's the 12 Rick Austin car and the 31 of Skip Arp. Here's your leaders as they come out of turn 4. T20 Jess Tarter in front of the B4. Racing Kentucky's Jack Boggs. 21 Moyer underneath the 31 car of Skip Arp. As we look around the Speedway and see where your favorite is and how they're doing. Hope you're able to see your favorite as we look over some of the field. 99 Johnny Moran right now behind the 31 car. We'll watch them as we come out of turn number 4. And down into turn 1, Moran looks like he wants to try the high side. Now gets a running start off of turn 2, and that area down there in turn 3 appears to be an area where a lot of guys are doing passing here in the World 100. Moran past the 31 of Skip Arp. Back to the leader now as he works traffic in turn number 3. Many of the cars passing low. However, Jack Boggs is going to try to pass on the high side as he goes by Johnny Bird in the 66. The 75 car of Terry Phillips is next in sight. And then there's a long stretch with no race cars ahead. Some clear racing racetrack ahead for B4 Jack Boggs. But first, he has to pass a guy who's part of a second generation of racing. That's Terry Phillips. 75 Gill right now looking to the inside of the 66 car. Actually a pair of 66 cars. There's 66 Fry and 66 Burden. There, all that is between him and your leader, B4 Blackjack Todd. It's Fry up high and Burden down low. Gill has a blocked racetrack in front of him. We have caution in the Speedway. It's the first caution as we have a car up against the wall in turn number 2 from Fargo, North Dakota. Rick Auckland brings the first caution to the 1995 25th Annual World 100. 56 laps complete. 56 green flag laps complete here at Eldora. B4 Jack Boggs, your leader. 75 John Gill in second. Then 21 Billy Moyer. 99 Johnny Moran. 29 Darrell Lanigan. 00 Freddie Smith. 18 Scott Bloomquist. Unofficially, these are the cars on the lead lap. 56 down, 44 to go for $28,000, and really more importantly, the prestige of winning the 25th World 100. As the green flag unfurls, we're back to racing at Eldora. Gill looks to the high side to work around the 66 Fry car. He's unable to do it. Fry is a lap car. 21 Moyer and 99 Moran right behind him. That is 2, 3, and 4 as you see them working their way through the turn. Jack Boggs with a quick start has a 3, maybe 4 car length lead on Fry. Then it's 75 Gill, 21 Moyer, 99 Moran, and they head on down the backstretch. I'm sure these drivers have received an indication for how many laps, as to how many laps have been completed, how many more laps they'll have to go so they can begin to plan their race strategy. Right now, the race leaders with no race cars in front of them to impede their progress. It looks like 31 Skip Arp is slowing on the backstretch. That's the other Curtis Equipment car, the team car to 12 Rick Auckland, who just retired. And that car slows to the backstretch and pulls in. There'll be no caution. And racing action continues here as the best late model drivers in America get together and celebrate late model racing in Rossburg, Ohio. Before Boggs leads them through the field. Let's look back a little bit in the field. There's 29 Darrell Lanigan, who currently is running 5th. He has to work some difficult lap traffic situations. Here's 18 Scott Bloomquist as he makes his move underneath the car, and 18 Bloomquist under the T20 Tarter automobile. Bloomquist next to look at the G1 Russell car and then the 29 Lanigan car. So as you look down the backstretch of 29 Lanigan, G1 Russell, and 18 Bloomquist. But Bloomquist, coming from the tail of this field, has certainly moved up substantially and can't be counted up as the laps continue Freddie Smith in the 00 car now looks to pass Kevin Weaver with 21 Jack Hewitt behind him. Hewitt moving on that high side. Hewitt is a lap car. Freddie Smith looks to the inside of Weaver, and they're side by side through turn 4. Smith on the low side, unable to complete the pass. 50-year-old racer from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the Gulf Valve Service automobile. Also sponsored by Bazooka Base Tubes and one of the most popular late model drivers in the country. One of the popular drivers of the younger generation, B12 Kevin Weaver, who 3 years ago won himself the United Midwestern Promoters Series Championship. Let's look back to our leaders now as they will begin to encounter lap traffic. B4 Jack Boggs has a substantial lead on 75 John Gill. Gill, Moyer, and Moran are very close together, but Boggs is pulled away from those cars. With T.S. Fitzgerald and David Gibson in front of him, he looks to put those cars another lap in arrears. The close battle on the racetrack was Gill, Moyer, and Moran, and they really haven't been trying much passing between the three of them, running rather equidistant. Boggs of the B4 is beginning to work his way through lap traffic. He's already moved by the Fitzgerald automobile. As we look here at 21 Moyer and 99 Moran, Moran looks like he wants to try a pass on the high side. He taps the wall, trying to run against that cushion to get himself a good run down the backstretch. However, he unsuccessul in that attempt. John Gill, remember that 75 car, led 78 laps of the Dream Race, that $100,000 race. Win race in the first weekend of June. Unfortunately for John Gill, Scott Bloomquist was the one car faster that evening. Fortunately for Scott Bloomquist, he took home $100,000. Bloomquist is also on the lead lap and making moves. Let's watch them down the backstretch. There is Gill and 21 Moyer and a pack of cars as they begin to work through lap cars. Gill down to the inside to make the pass with Fitzgerald. Moyer waiting to do that. He may try that here in turns 1 and 2. Yes, he does. Now it'll be Donnie Moran's turn as he looks to go underneath the 100 automobile, and he does it. And 2, 3, and 4 never get very far away from each other. They've stayed that way the entire race. 66 Fry, G2 Gibson, and T20 Tarter are right in front of the 2, 3, and 4 cars. Fry tries to lead Gill as he works through lap traffic. Probably 1/4 length of the speed way ahead of these cars right now is B4 Jack Boggs. Boggs right now working around the Jewel automobile in turn 1. Here on the front stretch, 66 Fry and T20 have contact right in front of Gill and Moyer and Moran. Nobody gets sideways, however, but I bet there was a breath held inside one of those race cars as they wondered if somebody was going to tap the wall, get sideways, and perhaps end an evening early. It didn't happen, however, and the action continues into turns 1 and 2. Here's Moyer looking to the inside of Gill with a fender underneath him. He is unable to complete the pass. Moran of the 99 working the high side, trying to get that momentum going. Let's watch them 2, 3, and 4 as they come across the line and collect another lap. John Gill, Billy Moyer, and Donnie Moran fans are having a great day, as are B4 Jack Boggs fans, as they're putting on a driving clinic, a show for everyone, all of the assembled of thousands of late model race fans here at Eldora Speedway. Looks like Moran may get a pretty good run at the 21 Moyer car right now. Moyer, however, gets the horsepower and gets that race car hooked up and holds on to that third position. Gill, 75, looks to the inside of 66 Bill Fry of Greenbrier, Arkansas. Fry driving a GRT race car. He builds those race cars. He works with GRT, so he knows the inner workings of the GRT race car very, very well. Not only good drivers out here, but good designers and good fabricators as well. All part of being a well-rounded racer. These cars have not moved away from each other one iota. Here's Moyer to the inside of Gill as he realizes the laps begin to dwindle down. He saw an opportunity to make a pass. However, he could not make the pass. Now he tries the high side. You see him down low. You see him down high. John Gill taking his line, trying to be as fast as he can be. And Donnie Moran trying to work his way around either of these race cars, wondering if indeed he could be faster if he didn't have a couple of cars in front of him, if he had some clear speedway ahead. Some veterans, the top names in late model racing. Gill, Moyer, and Moran putting on a show. Now a tap in turn 2 as Moran taps the right rear of 21 Moyer as they come around. We'll look to see if that has bent any sheet metal on the 21 car. Just a little bit. We'll see if that's rubbing the tire. From this vantage point here in the tower, it looks like it may indeed be rubbing the tire of the 21 car. That may not impede his progress, however, as we look over towards turn 3 and 4. The 21 car of Jack Hewitt also riding along the wall, providing some entertainment for the fans. Now, look at them, 2, 3, and 4 as they try to work through lap traffic. 32 Bob Pierce and 66 Fry side by side in front of Gill. It was a momentary situation where they had to get out of the gas, and then everyone just as quickly and all at the same time realized that the speedway was going to be clear and they would have the opportunity to continue racing. Moyer down underneath 75 Gill. He may have the pass complete this time, but Gill's not giving up. It's Indiana's John Gill and Arkansas's Billy Moyer side by side and wheel to wheel. Moyer completes the pass here on the front stretch. Gill down now down low, not ready to give up that second position. The leader, Jack Boggs, about half a speedway in front of these cars right now. They're providing the entertainment, the excitement. Moran to the inside of 75 Gill. Has he lost the tires as he did in the dream? We won't know until after the race, but 75 John Gill has dropped 2 positions. John Gill takes back that 3rd position from 99 Moran, and now Moran works to take it back on the inside. Can't do it. Great racing action, 2, 3, and 4. Moyer underneath Fry. That was the car that 75 Gill had some trouble getting past. Now Gill looks to the inside of the 66 automobile. Can't get the job done. Meantime, Moyer begins to advance on the 72 Mason car and 9 Mike Jewell as well. Freddie Smith goes a lap down in turns 3 and 4. Freddie Smith in the 00 is passed by B4 Jack Boggs. In turn 4, Moyer in traffic with John Mason and Mike Jewell having contact. Mason tapping the rear end of Jewell's car. In fact, sending it up in the air a little bit. He does it again on the backstretch as they're trying to work their way through. Moyer will have to be the meat and the sandwich here as they come out of turn number 4 because it looks like they're going to be 3 wide. Jewell moves down to the inside and Moyer follows 72 racing John Mason of Millersburg, Ohio. 75 Gill and 99 Moran are behind these cars, probably 3 car lengths watching the action. Now 66 Johnny Verdon in front of 21 Billy Moyer. Moyer running the middle side of the racetrack right now as he tries to get past Verdon. The pass is complete. Moyer now sets his sights on John Mason in the car 72. Moran perhaps 2 car lengths behind 75 Gill. In fact, he has the 9 Jewell car between them. He'll try to make the pass as the cars work through turns 1 and turn 2. Another long green flag session for the World 100. C.S. Fitzgerald in the 100 car has the hood come up as he has lost one of the hood pins, and he is racing right now down the backstretch. There's B4 Jack Boggs going past the Fitzgerald car. You can see the hood up on the 100 automobile. Jack Boggs collects another lap, and there is caution. There is caution in the speedway as the 100 of C.S. Fitzgerald has lost the hood pin on that rocket chassis car and moves slowly on the high side. Caution period number 2 for the 25th World 100. 9 laps to go in the 25th World 100, led much of the way by B4 Jack Boggs. Boggs is your leader right now. 21 Moyer second, 75 Gill in third, then 99 Moran, 29 Lanigan, and 18 Bloomquist. The only cars in the lead lap. A 9-lap dash was $28,000. A very fast race, an amazing race here at Eldora. Caution-free for the most part, just 2 cautions, and lots of racing action with 75 Gill and 21 Moyer and 99 Moran, really putting on a driving exhibition for the race fans. B4 Jack Boggs has not been challenged. He has taken this Chubby Barricade Company Miller Brothers Construction B4 out and basically hid from the rest of the field. He's worked lap traffic with an expert's touch. The car B4 has been untouchable ever since this race has begun. And B4 Jack Boggs continues as your leader. There's 99 Moran as he works underneath the 21 Hewitt car, already just a few laps away from our caution period. The B4 of Boggs has moved away from the lap car of 00 Freddie Smith with probably a full straightaway lead now. You see 99 Moran and 21 Hewitt working their way through 3 and 4 as the B4 of Boggs collects the 5 to go signal from the flagman. Just 5 laps to go. Scott Bloomquist started very far back in this field. Scott Bloomquist started outside of row number 12. He has moved up to that 6th position. He is the last car on the lead lap. And although he will have to hurry greatly if he is going to win this race, he certainly can't be ashamed by this performance because he has done a great job of keeping out of lap traffic and keeping the race car in good shape and being here at the end. In fact, there are a tremendous number of race cars still running right now. Very few cars have retired. And Scott Bloomquist coming from the 24th position all the way up to 6th. Your leader now working around the Fitzgerald car. You see they've taken the hood off of that car right now. B4 Jack Boggs of Grayson, Kentucky collects another lap. Obviously not pressing very hard right now because he has nearly a Speedway length lead on 21 Billy Moyer. Moyer right in front of 75 John Gill. Here's the white flag for Jack Boggs. We'll watch Moyer and Gill and see how they work this last lap as well. The 25th World 100 goes to a car that has never won this race before. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, B4 Jack Boggs. Here's the challenge for second place as they come through turn 4. 21 Billy Moyer second, 75 John Gill in third. Then 18 Scott Bloomquist and 29 Darrell Lanigan. We'll get to the official finish there as we think we missed Donnie Moran as he went on by. We'll get to the top finish of those cars, the official finish in just a moment. But right now, let's celebrate the victor in the B4 from Grayson, Kentucky, Jack Boggs.
First of all, congratulations. Was it as easy as it looked?
Well, it wasn't to me, but, you know, it was pretty easy because the car worked real good and I was out in front and had my own lane to choose. But still, I mean, there's a lot of guys out there racing. Anything can happen, so you're not real comfortable. But the car was really capable of winning the race, and it stayed with me every lap. I could depend on it. So, yeah, you got to say it's pretty easy, too, because the car drove good, you know.
There were 2 really long stretches. How did that affect you as you were out there racing?
Well, you know, you get into lap traffic more when you got a long stretch, and when you get some of them racing against each other, of course, whoever who's following is going to catch up a little. Naturally, you'd rather have a wide open racetrack, go where you wanted to, but when you get to a few lap cars, it wasn't too bad. But the car was super. It would fire and go, and of course, I haven't seen a tape of it, but the car felt pretty comfortable. It felt like she should win the race if I just keep it going.
You've won a lot of big money races. Is this the most prestigious you've won?
Yeah, I'd say it has to be. Because there's more people here than, I raced in front of more people here than you do anywhere. So, yeah, we've won a little bit more prize money, but No, yeah, it's got to be. You know, maybe I just haven't let it all soak in yet. But yes, this World's 100 definitely is one I need to add.
You're racing pretty hard out there. In fact, as you went through some lap traffic, sometimes you get the right rear up into the wall. Did that concern you at all about maybe moving the rear end over or flattening a tire?
Well, no, not really. I don't like. I mean, I'm in a race car, and I like to get a rhythm going of racing the car as fast as it'll possibly go. Maybe just back a little from that and not be abusing stuff. But I really think if the race car is capable of doing that, let's do it and let's get used to each other, you know? So I'd rather not just slow down and pace it. I'd like to set my car up to go pretty near as fast as it'll go. Maybe you could stretch a little more out, but pretty comfortable running as fast as it'll run.
How important was tire selection in this race?
Well, I think about everybody was pretty close. I don't believe there was a whole lot to choose from. We just had 2 or 3 compounds with really just a couple different tires we could run, and maybe the stagger and the weight and the setup of the race car played a part. I know we found a little bit from qualifying and in the heat race, and we just kept, and we found a little bit and made the car more drivable, and the car is quicker, it's better. The feature is definitely good. It's the best it's been since we've been here.
Congratulations on winning the silver anniversary World 100.
Oh, thank you. Tickled.
Welcome to the 5th Dirt Late Model Dream. Hello, race fans. I'm Paul Davis. Over 156 entrants are here from 25 states for this Dirt Late Model Dream. The fastest of the fastest, Scott Bloomquist of Mooresburg, Tennessee. He set a new track record, 15.679. Many race fans will remember a time not so happy for Scott Bloomquist last year here at Eldora, as he had an on-the-track confrontation with Bill Fry. Friday evening, promoter Earl Baltus tried to play peacemaker.
At this time, I want these 2 gentlemen, and don't applaud. I don't ask them to say words. There's no apology here. There's no nothing. Just a handshake, and then I want to do something for them. How speed racing. But this is what we're going to do.
Burn a hatchet.
This is a hatchet, and on that hatchet it says Eldora, 1998, signed by Earl Boggs. I want to present this to you, and you told me you're going to bury the hatchet with this fine gentleman. Hang on, folks. And to you, Mr. Fry, says the same thing. And it says the same thing. These gentlemen have now, folks, let's give them a big hand. What do you think? Huge party job. Okay, we'll get with the picture in just a little bit, but Mr. Bloomswell said he would like to say a word. So now let's show all the respect they got. A great race fan. Scott?
I just hope everybody understands that I really do enjoy racing, and that I'd really much rather outrun a guy on the racetrack than run him over. And that was something that I felt very bad about when it happened, and it caught me off guard because I hadn't been behind it very long, and I wasn't prepared for it to stop going in low like that. So hopefully everybody will understand that nobody's perfect, and we all make a few mistakes once in a while.
Thank you. Now, folks, Mr. Fry, would you say a word? I wish you had that happen. How about that? Two great guys. Now, I'm going to ask you to take a picture that I want for my lifetime stretch.
All right, once again, how about a nice round of applause for two gentlemen that have decided to bury the hatchet. The mediator, Mr. Earl Bolton, Bill Fry, and Scott Bloomquist say it is over. It's time to do sportsmanship and do racing on the racetrack.
The weather is brisk, but thousands and thousands of race fans have made their way here to Eldora Speedway for this late model tradition. The top 120 drivers are involved in heat races this evening. Everyone who did not make the top 120 had the opportunity to participate in non-qualifier races on Friday evening. And the non-qualifier races here on Friday evening. Mike Peterzak on the pole leads the field. It looks like 11 of the 16 scheduled cars are in line and ready to go. The car dealer from Indiana on the outside, and James jumps out to their lead down the backstretch. It's Peterzak into second right now as they come on down Eldora Speedway's backstretch. The first lap here on Friday evening. The field begins to jumble up. Scott James has really jumped to a big lead. Peterzak in second. Then the 31A of Adam Stevens. Adam Stevens in third. The 28 of Bill Reed, Knoxville, Tennessee in fourth. Then Hillard Miller of Ohio in fifth. Here's a challenge for the second place as they move through turns 3 and 4. No, he does not. Again, Scott James has really jumped off and left the field. You see action heading into turn 3. And now they move through turn 4 and the field comes down the front stretch here at Eldora. These cars were not among the fastest 120 in the field. Friday night's qualifying action. 156 cars in 25 states represented. And you can see them flying down the backstretch. Everybody races when they come to the dirt late model green here at Eldora Speedway. Stevens looks to get racing for that second position. Moving a little bit low on Peterzak. Nobody is challenging Scott James of Lawrenceburg, Indiana. He's your leader. This is one of the closer battles on the speedway. You can see Stevens again moving low and again just kind of the low side of the racetrack. Peterzak running the rim on the high side. This is Peterzak's first year in late models. He's run in several different divisions throughout the years, but first year really competitive, competing on a full-time basis. Won his first feature this year about 4 weeks ago at the Vermilion County Speedway in Danville, and he's doing himself very proud. The field is getting the cross flags indicating we're halfway through, and the car riding along the wall, that'll be the 53 car. I believe that's Hillard Miller in the 53, as he's up to speed again. And now we watch as they come through 3 and 4. Kenny Gossard in the 23J from Findlay, Ohio. a full straightaway lead now for your leader in the 83, Scott James. And James, you can see, is about the straightaway length behind the last car with Peter Zach in second and Stevens in third. Clearly outshining the field here. Beautiful black and neon green and orange race car. Scott James, your leader in the first non-qualifiers race this evening. You can look at the rest of the field as they make their turn 3 and 4. We're back to our leader now. One of the nicer paint schemes we've seen here this evening, and as he rides him on the high side, Scott James continues to click down the laps with absolutely no competition. Peter Zach in second and Stevens in third. There he's hitting, barreling into the turn. Peter Zach continues to hold off Stevens, and that is one of the more entertaining battles in the Speedway. The 28th car, Bill Reed, is about 6-7 car lengths behind Bill Reed in the 28 car. You can see him just at the top of your screen there. That's the yellow 28. He's running in the 4th place. Back to our leader now as we catch from the inside speed shot. Scott James, your leader. The white flag will be out this time by. Now it's the checkered for Scott James, your winner, with Peter Zach in second, Stevens in third, the 28 of Reed in fourth. And there you have it. Boy, they were no cautions here in the first non-qualifiers race. I thought we were on the white flag left. We were indeed ready for the checkered. And just that quickly here on a very cool evening, temperatures in the mid-40s, which is odd for the first week in June. We have our first winner tonight at the Dirt Late Model Dream non-qualifier race number 1. You'll see him come across the United Midwestern Promoters scales, making sure that he has the correct tires and weighs the appropriate amount. Your winner is Scott James from Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Non-qualifiers race number 2. There are 11 cars of the original 15. They're on our scheduled lineup. Brandon Kinzer of Allen, Kentucky, and Brian Ruhlman of Maumee, Ohio are on the front row. Greg Lucas of Kentucky. 61, Dan Harper on the outside. That's the line of the field begins assembling. They've already received the one to go. Now they accelerate towards the white line in turns 3 and 4. It's Brandon Kinder and Brian Ruhlman and Kinzer off to the lead as we're underway with non-qualifiers race number 2. Ruhlman started on the outside. He is right on the bumper of Kinzer, and that's a close lap around the backstretch. 32 Lucas in third right now. As they come on round, there's a car running on the low side. That is the 81 of Jeff Mounts of Mitchell, Indiana. He's up to 4th right now. A pass from the lead in the backstretch. It's 49 Ruhlman, your leader, but Mounts is coming through the field from Mitchell, Indiana. He's coming through the field very, very quickly. He'll be one to watch. Ruhlman now from Maumee, Ohio, takes it through turn 4, and he is your leader in the 49 car. 18, Brandon Kinzer is second, then 32, Greg Lucas, and 81, Jeff Mounts in 4th. Here's Mounts looking at the inside of 32, Lucas. No go for the pass to the bottom in turn number 2. They head to turn 3. Ruhlman begins to extend the lead right now. Boy, lots of clean racing in these non-qualifier races. Mounts is continuing to try to look to move up on the 32 car. He was off to a real good start early and hasn't been able to continue that advance. That's the battle for 3rd and 4th right now. In fact, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place cars are fairly well extended out. The battle for 3rd, there's the 32 car of Lucas getting sideways, and Mounts looks for his advance, unable to do so. 54, Marty Black running in that 5th position right now, and they're bumper to bumper down the backstretch. And again, no passes. They get sideways in the turn. Everybody running that high groove. That lane that has been most run in this evening with 156 cars doing 2 laps, plus our first non-qualifiers race. A nice groove established in the Speedway. Nearly touching to the backstretch. It is 32 Lucas and the 81 car of Mounts. Now they do touch in 3 and 4 as the field receives the cross flag, indicating we're halfway through our second non-qualifiers race. Your leader all the way midway down the backstretch as the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place cars are battling in turn number 2. Down to the inside, here is Mounts underneath Lucas. Let's see if he can make that bottom side of the racetrack work through 3 and 4. It's a little bit loose, but he is able to make the pass. And it's Mounts to 3rd place now. He sets his sights on the 18, your pole sitter Brandon Kinzer of Allen, Kentucky. Way out in front, your leader is now crossing the line. 49, Brian Ruhlman of Maumee, Ohio. A full straightaway length lead on the 2nd place car of Kinzer. 81, 71 Mounts is really making the advance on the 18 Kinzer car. Now he's going to try to make the pass in the bottom of turn 2. Again, a pass on the bottom. Again, a pass on the back stretch. Now he tries it through 3 and 4. He keeps his foot in just a little bit longer, and that's all it takes. But it'll be a big stretch for Mounts to catch up with Brian Ruhlman, as Ruhlman has a full Eldora straightaway length lead. In fact, as the field comes around this time, your leader, 49, Ruhlman, heads into turn 1 as your second place car comes out of turn number 4. That's how big the lead is. You're starting with the white flag in hand. It'll take a minor miracle for anybody but Mr. Ruhlman to be the winner here. He can almost coast with a full lap to go. Here's the white flag for Brian Ruhlman, your leader, as he comes up on lap traffic. That'd be the 45 car. Now the backstretch they work. Now through 3 and 4. Clear dominate performance and caution free second, not full of hard constancy. Sunoco 49, Brian Ruhlman of Maumee, Ohio, your winner. 81, Jeff Mounts of Mitchell, Indiana, in second. Then 18, Branson Kinzer of Kentucky. 32, Greg Lucas. And 54, Marty Black. That's your top 5. And just that quickly, your non-qualifier races are completed here at the world-famous Eldora Speedway. Again, all of the cars running to the low side, making sure they get a little bit of extra wet mud on the tires, so they're sure they go across the scales with the proper weight. See a little bit of smoke out of the Mounts car, 81 car, right behind the 49 car as he comes across the scales. Bob Memmer, the president and owner of United Western Promoters, at the scales. And here's your winner from Maumee, Ohio, Brian Ruhlman. Here's the lineup for heat race number 1 for the Dirt Late Model Green. Chuck Frank and Freddie Smith up front. Matt Miller, Tim Hitt, row 2. Don O'Neill, Scott Bloomquist in row 3. Larry Moore and Mike Boland in row 4. Row 5, Rod Conley and Brandy Woodling. Then Mike Johnson and Keith Berner. The field is set. 20 race cars and 15 racing laps. The difference, everyone slows down behind Sugar Grove, Pennsylvania's Chuck Frank and Freddie Smith from North Carolina. It's race time here at Eldora. We're underway. Freddie Smith charges off to the high side. It's hit right behind. And we're underway with heat race number 1. The field charging into turn number 1. Hitt looks to the inside of Freddie Smith. Smith down the backstretch, your leader. It's Chuck Frank in 3rd. Then the 7, Matt Miller car. Scott Bloomquist up to 4th already. Bloomquist up to 5th, rather. There's Hitt, your leader, with the 0-0 of Smith in 2nd. Then 1, Chuck Frank. 7, Matt Miller. Then Scott Bloomquist. Followed by the 71 of Don O'Neill. That way in the speedway now is battle for 4th. You can see that on the monitor right now. It is big lead for Tim Hitt. Freddie Smith in 2nd. Chuck Frank 3rd. And Scott Bloomquist continues to try to challenge Matt Miller of Toledo, Ohio. Down the backstretch they go. We're back to the battle for 2nd right now as Chuck Frank looks to the inside of Freddie Smith. No go out of turn number 4, and we collect another lap. Tim Hitt really stretching out the field, which is mostly single file. The 222 car of Mike Boland of Cuba, Alabama, left the wall lightly in turns 1 and 2. He gathers together and continues on. Here's Bloomquist now, looking to the inside of Chuck Frank. That's for that 3rd and final transfer position. Bloomquist, of course, is already locked into the field by virtue of his quick qualifying time earlier this evening, but he wants to be up front in this Dream late model race, not at the back. Now it's a challenge for 3rd place. It's a battle for 3rd. They touch in turn 3. Bloomquist makes the pass, but Chuck Frank is not going to give up. He takes that rocket chassis powered by a train motor past Bloomquist, and we've got a great battle for the 3rd and final transfer position. Tim Hitt, your leader. Freddie Smith in 2nd. The battle of the Speedway is the battle for 3rd. It's the only close battle, and you can see them exchanging sheet metal. Bloomquist going in on the low side of Chuck Frank. Chuck Frank is in the high side momentum and continues to hold off. One of the best-known dirt late model races in the country. The field receives the cross flags from starter Rick Lejeune. That means we're halfway through. Bloomquist and Frank get it this time by. And we watch them through turns 3 and 4. Benjamin and Benjamin Trucking, one of the big sponsors on the car number 1 of Chuck Frank, and the Bloomquist car running right along to the inside now. Here is the 71 of Don O'Neill of Martinsville, and Bloomquist still in 3rd place. Don O'Neill up to 4th, and he begins to challenge now underneath the Chuck Frank car. Followed by 222 Boland. Your leader is into lap traffic on the front stretch. 2nd place, Freddie Smith crossing the speedway here. Then 3rd place, Bloomquist. Tim Hitt down the backstretch. He's already made his way past one lap car. Watch him through the turn. Here is Tim Hitt right here with 5 to go. Signal Tim Hitt from Weston, West Virginia. Halfco and Franklin, the major sponsors there. That's the pack here as they come into the turn. There's O'Neill, 71. One Chuck Frank at 222. Mike Boland of Yuma, Alabama. 12 different states represented in this field. 12 different states. 20 plus in all. And here's Paddle for second on the backstretch. It's coming out of turn number 2. It's got Blomqvist underneath the 00 of Freddie Smith. Freddie Smith, Mr. Everything in dirt late model racing. Isn't a big race. He hasn't won. There's your leader, Tim Hitt. The battle for second at the flag stand right now with 00 Smith and 0 Blomqvist as they're battling off of turn number 2. Down the backstretch they come. Got a car slow to the inside of the speedway. That should not affect your battle for second. And that car well down low. A good, clean battle for second place. Blomqvist on the inside. Freddie Smith on the high side. How many laps have these drivers got around Eldora Speedway? 6M Wendell Wallace moving slowly on the bottom of the racetrack. Your starter, Rex Lejeune with the white flag for your leader. The leader gets the white flag. It is Tim Hitt of Weston, West Virginia. It's now Blomqvist in second and Freddie Smith in third as they make their way through lap traffic. Blomqvist on the next to last making his way through. Freddie Smith moving slowly. Smith moving slowly. We'll have to watch that on the backstretch. I don't know if he's going to be able to continue. It is your winner, 68 Tim Hitt. Smith is being passed by the 222 car, 0 Blomqvist in second, and 71 O'Neill in third. There's the 222 Boland car. After that is Freddie Smith in the 00 here on the front stretch. Looks like the right side of that race car is, the right front wheel is not turning properly. Not sure what's wrong with the race car there, but that's bad news for the Christenberry trucking team. Freddie Smith of Kings Mountain, North Carolina, GRT chassis and a custom engine. He'll have to work a little bit harder. We'll check the final finishing order. Let's turn now to the winner, however, as he gets ready to cross the United Western Promoters scales here on the front stretch. Each of the cars having to weigh 2,300 pounds. The car, number 68. AFCO and Franklin, the major sponsors. He hails from Weston, West Virginia. Here is Tim Hitt. Heat race number 2, it's racing John Mason of Millersburg, Ohio on the pole with Steve Barnett of Franklin, Indiana on the outside. Then Eddie Carrier Sr. and Tony Marks. Donnie Moran and Jimmy Mars, last year's Dream winner. And Clint Smith and Rick Auckland, row 4. Row 5, Ray Gus Jr. and Todd Andrews. Should be a good one. 15 laps the distance. The pace truck pulls to the infield. And all eyes turn to 4 on John Mason and Steve Barnett as Barnett takes the advantage off the green, and we're underway. Steve Barnett had a great Dream 100 last year and a great battle with Jimmy Mars. He'd like to do it again this year, only finish one position better. He finished second last year. Barnett's your leader. It's Mason in second. And the 5 car of Tony Marks in third. Then 24, Eddie Carrier Sr. 99, Donnie Moran. And 28, Jimmy Mars. Then the 12 of Rick Auckland. As the field begins to extend, you see him coming down the backstretch. There's Moran looking to the inside of the Eddie Carrier Sr. car. No pass as they come on to turn number 4. Your leader's now in turn 1. And John Mason looks to get racing with 89, Steve Barnett. There's 89 Barnett, 72 Mason as they work their way through the turn. Now through turn number 4, Moran looks to pass the 24 Carrier car again with the difficulty. It's Barnett, steady, consistent runner on the speedway, and John Mason of Millersburg, Ohio, continuing to run right inside him, not challenging too hard. Here's Mason with the hardest challenge of the race so far, unable to do so, unable to get the bite he needs on the low side. Everyone trying to trim on the high side. Tony Martin unchallenged in third. Then it's Eddie Carrier Sr. and Donnie Moran. Mason, in white car with the bright orange numbering and sponsor lettering, continues to chase down Steve Barnett of the Bradley Chevrolet Reynolds construction car. He is your leader. Barnett has been teammates this year with a very famous driver looking to go Winston Cup racing. That's Tony Stewart. Steve Barnett's been the guy preparing his race cars when Tony Stewart goes dirt late model racing, taking home last week's Kenny Simpson Memorial event out at the Brownstown Speedway, making $4,000 for their team effort. There's Donnie Moran right now. Moran running in the 5th spot. He is following Carrier Sr. Obviously he wants to move up on the field. Unable to do so right now. Behind Donnie Moran, it's Jimmy Mars and Rick Auckland. The cross flags indicate we are halfway. Now caution to the speedway. There's a car spun on the backstretch right in front of the GW Pierce sign. It's the 24 of H.E. Vineyard of Powell, Tennessee. H.E. Vineyard brings out the caution. New placement for the starting cone here on the front stretch. It's 89 Steve Barnett, your leader. The 72 John Mason, then Tony Marks in the 5-car. The 24 of Eddie Carrier Sr. The field anticipating the green. There's the green, and we're underway. Should be a good battle as Carrier looks to the inside of Marks, gets sideways, and that battle for Donnie Moran looking to the outside of Carrier, and Moran up to 4th right now. Right behind Moran and Carrier, it's Jimmy Mars and Rick Auckland. Then Todd Andrews after that. The field gets the cross flags halfway through, this time 5. Carrier on the 24X gets a little bit to the sideways as they head on down the turn. Donnie Moran, your leader down the backstretch. Jimmy Mars taps the wall, and Rick Auckland moves up ahead of Jimmy Mars, last year's 3-100 winner, with a little bit of a trouble. Now, as they come on down the front stretch, there is Moran and Carrier. You look ahead for Tony Marks. He is your 3rd place call. Now here comes Rick Auckland. Auckland beginning to move on the Carrier race car. The 30 of 28 junior, the 28 of Jimmy Mars is off the pace of the backstretch. Last year's 3-100 winner holds to the pits. The battles for 4th, it's Donnie Moran in the 5-car challenging the 5 of Tony Marks of Napoleon, Ohio. Donnie Moran, the secure self-storage car. We have another caution on the Speedway. They're pointing up to turn number 2. The car number 44 up against the wall. Check it, that's the 66 of Sean Holliday of Ironton, Ohio. And that brings a halt to the action. 89 Steve Barnett takes that Rayburn chassis through turns 3 and 4 up to the orange cone to start with the 72 of John Mason. As Mason tries to make a pass on the lead. And 5 Marks. Here's 99 Donnie Moran to the high side of Marks. Moran again going well off of the restart. A little bit, it looked like a little bit of smoke. Maybe that was just tire wear. Don't know as they head on down the turn. Don't see any more of it. And all from Donnie Moran. Here's a power slide from the 24X of Carrier Sr. He gathers it back in. Rick Auckland dives underneath. And it's a big battle for that 5th and 6th position. Moran up to 3rd right now. Marks in 4th. Carrier 5th and Auckland in 6th. Here come your leaders. Barnett with a pretty good-sized lead on the 72 of John Mason. 99 Moran safely in the field in 3rd now. Jimmy Mars will have to rely on his quick qualifying time as he retired from this heat race. Moran underneath the 72 Mason car. That's the battle for 2nd. Doesn't look like he's pressing too hard. Not too many laps left to go in heat race number 2. Here's Moran as the 72 Mason car gets a little bit sideways on the backstretch. That Hewitt-powered car number 72 will now go side by side with Donnie Moran in the GM Performance Parts car number 99. Couple of Ohio boys. Millersburg, Ohio versus Dresden, Ohio. That's the battle for 2nd. Marks still in 4th with Carrier 5th, then Auckland in the 12. Then 12, Brian Stinson after that. Here is the white flag for the Bradley Chevrolet 89 of Steve Barnett. 72, John Mason in 2nd. 99, Donnie Moran in 3rd. Then Tony Marks. After that, here is the 12, Rick Auckland, trying to make a pass around the 24 car on the backstretch. That'll be a battle at the checkered as they're side by side up the checkered. With a big wave to the crowd, Steve Barnett, your winner. Then Mason, then Moran, then Marks. It's Auckland in front of Carrier, then Stinson, then Andrews. And that's the finishing order for the 2nd heat race tonight at the Dirt Late Model Dream. Boy, look at all of the race cars running along the low side of the backstretch. Everybody who has to go across the scales really hanging down low, trying to get a little bit of that extra moisture on the race car, add a little bit of weight. Everybody moving slowly around. There as they come out of turn number 4, it's 89, Steve Barnett, 72, Racing John Mason, and 99, Donnie Moran, 1, 2, 3. 10 different states represented in heat race number 3 for the late model dream. It's late model sensation Brian Burkhofer of Muscatine, Iowa. The Baskerville chassis on the pole with 84. Roger Best of Louisville, Tennessee on the outside. Rick Eckert in the Ray Best Racing car number 24. Inside row 2 from York, Pennsylvania. And Brasstown, North Carolina's Ray Cook in the 53. Then 92, Doug McCammon and Darrell Lanigan of Union, Kentucky. Bill Fry in row 4 along with John Lawhorn. That's your top 4. Again, the top 3 advance. Others to the Concy. Let's watch them as they come on down through turns 3 and 4. The field is nicely bunched. Everyone anticipating 15 laps of great racing action. We're underway. It's 84, Roger Bestial leader. 53, Ray Cook right on his tail. And 24, Rick Eckert up there as well. Everybody trying to stick to the low side as they come on down the backstretch. The 4B of Jackie Boggs really moving up there on the high side. That'll be a car to watch early on here as they come on down Bestial. Jackie Boggs tags the wall in McDonald's car, but as you can see, he's up to that 6th position already in front of Bill Fry. Oh, we got a car spun. 3 cars involved in an accident in turn number 1. It's the 18, the 53, and JP7 of Mike Peterzak, 53, Roger Burrows, and Brandon Kinzer in the 18, all at the tail of the field, spinning into each other after coming into contact with the wall. Well, there you see.
.206 of the finest late models and drivers in the country came to Eldora Speedway this weekend to try for the 24 spots in the most prestigious late model race they run all year, the World 100. A packed house was in attendance, and the pits were filled with race cars, rigs, and spectators for the race some call Earl's first dream. The format for the World 100 had all cars qualifying, with Mooresburg, Tennessee, Scott Bloomquist coming out on top with a quick lap of 17.856 seconds at 100.806 miles per hour. Bill Fry was second with a 17.916, while Billy Moyer ended up third with a 17.920. Curtis Gaddis and Rick Auckland rounded out the top 5. The rest of the format had positions 169 and up either pack up and leave or stay around to watch the races. Positions 121 through 168 lined up for 2 15-lap non-qualifiers races run on Friday night. Then positions 1 through 120 lined up in 6 15-lap heat races with the fast 6 in each inverted. The top 3 in each heat advanced to the feature, with the winner of Heat 6 on the pole, Heat 5 winner outside front row, Heat 4 winner inside row 2, and so on. Second place in Heat 1 lined up row 4 inside, second in Heat 2, row 4 outside, and you can figure out the rest. Then the fastest 2 cars not in the A lined up 19th and 20th, and the first 4 out of the last chance race lined up 21st through 24th. Then they ran 100 laps. Right now it's time for non-qualifiers race number 1, and to call all of the racing action from here at Eldora is Jerry Hanon.
And we pick up the pace. John Osmond in car number 5 gets himself up into the wall. Coming out of turn number 4, so Osmond a casualty. You can see his tire lane right down there in the front stretch. Davis and Barrel. Pace setters up on front. Come out of turn number 2, heading through the back chute. Racing begins in turn number 4. Davis and Barrel bring them around. They pick up the pace. We go green.
Davis in 41 showing the way around. Davis, your leader. Still Larry Davis, Gary Barrow, Pat Dorr running third. Then is Tim Tungate. Davis in command of this race. Race right now is for 2, 3, and 4 between Barrow, Dorr, and Tungate. Halfway through it. Tungate kind of makes it look like a jockey out there whipping his horse as that roof is flapping a little bit. Looks like a jockey's got the whip out. He's trying to make that car go a little faster. All right together, those three cars. Davis still your leader. Gary Barrow, Pat Dorr, and Tim Tungate putting on a great race. Tungate now running third. Barrow still sitting in that second spot. Tungate moved up to third, and Pat Dorr running fourth. Five laps to go in this one, and Larry Davis in command. Johnny Wheeler sitting fifth. Davis now into the slower cars. They're right in front of him. Race continues behind him between Barrow, Tungate, and Dorr. Tungate looks to the top side, trying to pick over that second spot, and he does. Tim Tungate now running second. Barrow running third. Pat Dorr still running fourth. The race in command of Larry Davis. Not having too much of a problem with this one. He's got a whole stretch of that front stretch lead. Got slower cars in front of him. It looks like that car might be smoking just a little bit. Could it be? He's trying to get by them slower cars. I don't know if there's enough time for Tungate to dial him in or not. Slower cars are slowing him up just a little bit. Still Davis. He'll look for the white flag this time around. Here comes Wheeler. Wheeler now running fourth. Dorr back to the fifth spot. Wheeler trying to make a bid for that third spot. Here comes your race leader, Larry Davis. Tim Tungate will be right behind him. Then it'll be Barrow and then Wheeler. How about a nice round of applause for the winner of our first two non-qualifier events of the night, Larry Davis in car number 41. He had it in command from the beginning. Coming in second in car number 18, Tim Tungate. Finishing third, Gary Barrow in car number 3. And finishing fourth in car number 31, Johnny Wheeler. And we'll look for a start this time around as Robert Burrows and Todd Schroyer will bring him around. They'll pick up the pace. This race is underway. See a few of them bumping coming through turn number 1 and 2, but it looks like everybody got through safely so far. It'll be Todd Schroyer in 15 has the lead as they come around you the first time. Then it's Snooky Dim in D2 running second. Running third is Mike Biscelli in 97. Then it's Brian Wanner in car number 85. Those are your top 4. Todd Schroyer in command of this one right now, having a race going his way as he's got a pretty good lead right now. Snooky Dim, Mike Biscelli, and Brian Wanner, your top 4. Still, Todd Schroyer is showing the way around in that black or that yellow. Yeah, right, that red number 15. Been a long day, folks. Snooky Dim, Mike Biscelli, and Brian Wanner. Ooh, we got one brushing into the wall. He's going to hang right on it. Losing a tire. Heading down turn number 1 through heading to turn number 2. 6 down and 9 to go. Todd Schroyer at 15 in command from the start. Snooky Dim, Mike Biscelli, and Brian Wanner, your top 4. Young in car number 2 moving very slowly as he's up on top. Halfway signal will go up. Coming to a sliding halt in car number 25. Bruce Hogue in car 25. Car number 15, your race leader, came in under the crew's direction. The crew brought him back in. His own race crew brought him back in off the track. Snooky Dim in D2. And it's Mike Biscelli. Brian Wenner and Robert Burrows. Still Snooky down. A battle back there in the back. Brian Wenner running second now. Then you got Mike Bichelli and Tony Marks. Bichelli now moves up. He now runs second. Marks is going to try to follow him through. Wenner closes the door on him. Comfortable lead for Snooky Dem. Snooky Dem coming by, your race leader with 5 laps to go. Then it's Bichelli, followed by Marks and then Wenner. Snooky Dem way out in front. He's got about a nice a lead as the guy's in that first one. Bichelli, Marks, and Wenner running 2, 3, and 4. Snooky Dem will come by you one more time, your race leader, with a very comfortable lead. You got the whole front stretch lead. Bichelli, Marks, and Wenner still your top 4. Terry Schroep from the 12F continues to pick him off as he continues to move his way forward. Snooky down. We'll look for the white flag this time around. A white being displayed for him. A battle for that second spot between Bichelli and Marks. Right side of each other coming by the flag stand. Who's going to get that second spot as they continue to race? Marks down on the inside, Bichelli on the high side. Right now it's Marks. And Marks will have it as they come out of turn number 3, but is he going to have it at the finish line? It's going to be a photo finish. Coming at you, first of 6, taking the top 3. Racing begins at the white chalk line in turn number 4. That's where they're to pick up the pace, not until then. They all begin to bunch up as they come out of turn number 3. Everybody looking for a spot where they want to begin this race. They pick up the pace. This first heat is underway. You can see Bloomquist quickly trying to wheel his way on through with the lead. Kevin Weaver in B12. Weaver with the lead. Running second is Burden in 66, but no, here comes Randy Boggs. Bob Pullman now running second. Pullman has that second spot. Randy Boggs running third. Pullman, Burden, then Boggs. Here comes Bloomquist. Bloomquist now running fourth. Bloomquist on the move, but it's Kevin Weaver. Bob Pullman. And Boggs and Bloomquist battling for that last transfer. Kevin Weaver in command. Bob Pullman still second. Bloomquist down on the inside of Boggs. Bloomquist looking to move up. Boggs looking to shut the door. He does one more time. Boggs still holds on. Bloomquist putting the pressure on. Bloomquist looks to the high side. Boggs goes down low. Steve Barnett running in that 5th spot. Kevin Weaver showing away. Then it's Pullman, followed by Boggs. Then it's Bloomquist and Barnett. Barnett closing in on Bloomquist. Kevin Weaver has caught up with the slower traffic already. Weaver up to the slower traffic. Pullman still second. A battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It's Boggs, Bloomquist, and Steve Barnett. Good battle for that last transfer spot. That's where your race is at. Weaver weeding his way through. Pullman trying to come with him as they're halfway through. It's still Boggs, Bloomquist down on the inside. Here comes Steve Barnett. A yellow flag coming out. One lap signal will go up. Still Kevin Weaver, Bob Pullman, Randy Boggs, Scott Bloomquist, Steve Barnett, your top 5. We only take the top 3. It's been a real race between Boggs, Bloomquist, and Barnett. Cone being displayed on the backstretch. That's where the racing begins. Everybody has to pass on top of that. We'll look for a restart this time around. See who's Johnny on the spot. They pick up the pace. Boggs going to try to make a move, looking for some running room on the inside, but he's not going to get anywhere with it. Bloomquist now looks to the inside. They'll still remain the same. It'll be Weaver, Pullman, Boggs, Bloomquist, and Barnett. Larry Yanis in 42 running in that 6th spot. Bloomquist puts the move on Boggs. Bloomquist now running 3rd. Scott Bloomquist up to that 3rd spot. A1 car with a little bit of a problem right down here in front of us. Gets it out of the way of the racing service. That is still Kevin Weaver, Bob Pullman, and Scott Bloomquist, your top 3. Then it's Boggs, Barnett, and Yantis. Bloomquist now doing battle with Bob Pullman to try to pick up another spot. Five laps to go in this first heat. Oh, a tough break for Pullman, and Pullman blows, and that car smoking very bad. He's fogging the whole track as the yellow comes out. Makes it tough for everybody to see. The driver's trying to slow down. Weaver's been looking pretty tough up on top. Bloomquist going to try to make a bid quick. Boggs still 3rd. Barnett running 4th. Barnett with a move down on the inside of Randy Boggs. Can't get him that time on the backstretch. Still Weaver and Bloomquist, your top 2. Boggs, Barnett, and here comes Izzo. Steve Landrum trying to get into the racing action. Top 3 still the same as they'll come by again. It's Weaver, Bloomquist, and Boggs. Barnett continuing to put the pressure on from that 4th spot. Weaver, Bloomquist, and Boggs still coming at you. Great battle for that 3rd spot. Barnett trying to the inside, but Boggs continues to shut the door. Barnett down on the inside coming out of 2. Boggs able to hold him off one more time. Continues to put the pressure on. Still Kevin Weaver, Scott Bloomquist, and Randy Boggs. White flag coming out. Here comes Kevin Weaver. He should win this first heat with Bloomquist coming in 2nd. Still a battle for 3rd. Barnett going to take a right-stitch effort He's right up on Boggs. Here they come, but Randy's going to hold him off. How about a nice round of applause for the winner of that first heat from Gibson City, Illinois, Kevin Weaver. Coming in second, Scott Bloomquist in car number 18, and finishing third in car number 17, Randy Boggs. So those three cars are now into tonight's Big World's 100. Now in the hands of Ronnie Johnson and Brian Dunaway. They'll set the pace. They pick up the pace in this second heat. Brian Dunaway in 91. Dunaway in 91. We got a bunch of them getting together back there in that backstretch. Just coming out of turn number 2. The yellow will come out. They look to pick up the pace again. Green flag comes out. The green light is on. It's Dunaway again. Brian Dunaway. We look to complete one lap. Oh, we got one in trouble in the back. You can see the flames coming out of the back of that car. Tried to get it back into the pits, just couldn't quite do it. Down here. We look to pace. They'll pick it up again. 14 to go. This is our second heat. Dunaway, Johnson, and Phillips are your top 4. Still Brian Dunaway, Ronnie Johnson, and Terry Phillips. Then it's Rayburn and then Randall Chupp. Still Brian Dunaway showing the way around. Ronnie Johnson still holding on to that second spot. Terry Phillips still third, but he's going to be getting some pressure from C.J. Rayburn and Randall Chupp. A race again for 3, 4, and 5. Chupp lost it for a moment, but he gathered it back in and gets right back into contention for that third spot. That's Phillips, Rayburn, and Chupp going at it. Still Brian Dunaway and Ronnie Johnson, your top 2. Chupp looking to the inside of C.J. Rayburn. Got 2 of them in trouble in the backstretch. Everybody trying to weed their way through, and they do. They pick up the pace once again. Dunaway, Johnson, Phillips, Rayburn, and Chupp. On the move, here comes Charlie Fisher, or Charlie Swartz. Charlie Swartz from the back of the pack trying to make a move. Remember, he started the back row. Got his way up to that 6th spot. Trying all he can to try to get himself back into the World's 100. Dunaway, Johnson, and Phillips, still your top 3. Chupp was looking to the high side of Rayburn, but couldn't find enough. Chupp down on the inside of Rayburn. Chupp moves up a spot. Randall Chupp down to that 4th spot. He'll be in pursuit of Terry Phillips for that last transfer position. Looked down on the inside, but Phillips shut the door on him. Chupp gonna try it again. Randall Chupp and Terry Phillips battling for that last transfer in 3 and 4. Up front, it's still Brian Dunaway and Ronnie Johnson. Chupp looking again. Can he do it this time? Down on the inside, Phillips on the high side. Can't quite do it. See if he can do it this time, coming through 4 and into the front chute. That's where he's been having his best luck. He will do it this time. Randall Chupp moves up to that 3rd spot. Phillips now running 4th. Still Brian Dunaway, Ronnie Johnson, and now Randall Chupp. Ronnie Johnson moving a little bit closer to Dunaway now. Chupp still comfortable in that 3rd spot. Johnson continues to move up just a little bit, moving a little bit closer to Dunaway, but still not enough to be a contender. Dunaway still showing a way around. Johnson trying to run him down. Picks him up in the turns, but in the stretch, Dunaway pulls away. A 1-lap signal. The white flag will come out. Here's top 3 all right together. Here they come to the checkered flag. How about a nice round of applause for the winner of that 2nd heat from Reddick, Illinois, in car number 91, Brian Dunaway. Finishing 2nd in car number 5 was Ronnie Johnson, and finishing 3rd in the 114, Randall Chupp. So those cars now have made their way into the World's 100. Pace truck and pace car pulling off. We'll look for a start this time. They pick up the pace, so we do go green. It's Lanigan in 29, Gundiger in 11. Tony Carden in 7, your top 3 as we complete one circuit. Darrell Lanigan, Kevin Gundiger, and Tony Carden. Then you got Billy Moyer in 21 running 4th. Right behind him is John Mason in 72. They bunch up those top 4 cars. Still Lanigan, Gundiger, and Carden, followed by Billy Moyer. Your top 4 all right there together. On the inside, trying to make a move, Tony Carden, but Gundiger shut the door on him. Moyer still sitting in that 4th spot. Moyer not able to move up. Darrell Lanigan holds on to that lead spot. Slower cars in front of our leaders now. Look at that battle for 2, 3, and 4. They're all right together. Moyer way down on the inside. Carden in the middle of the track. Moyer still trying to get him to that 3rd spot, but still Darrell Lanigan. Kevin Gundiger, Tony Carden, Billy Moyer, and John Mason. Darrell Lanigan still looking tough from his top spot. Halfway through it. Halfway home. Moyer looking to the high side of Carden now. Nothing there. Carden looks down to the inside of Gundiger. A lot of jockeying back and forth in this heat. Keeps trying to look for a line to get by somebody, but it's still Darrell Lanigan. Kevin Gundiger, Tony Carden, and Billy Moyer. On the inside, here comes Carden, side by side with Gundiger. Moyer right behind him. If they make a mistake, he'll slip right on through. Moyer right up behind him. Still, Darrell Lanigan, a battle for 2, 3, and 4 continues to wage. Lanigan, Gundiger, Carden, and Moyer. Moyer now looking to the high side. Can't find the bite he wants. Still can't get by Carden. Tony Carden continues to hold him off. Still Lanigan, Gundiger. Here comes Carden looking to the inside again. Can he hold it this time? Is he going to get by? Looks like he might. Carden trying to hold off. Yes, he does. Tony Carden picks up that second spot. Gundiger back to third. Billy Moyer still fourth. Your race leader is Darrell Lanigan. Moyer down on the inside. Here comes Billy Moyer. Moyer now running third. Gundiger back to fourth. Right up alongside of Lanigan comes Carden. Here comes Moyer on the high side. Your top 3 runners right together with slower cars in front of them. Moyer dips down on the inside. Billy Moyer way down on the inside as the white flag comes out. Still Lanigan, Carden, no, Carden gets together a little bit with Moyer. They both get through. It's still going to be Lanigan. Billy Moyer second. Carden holds on to that third spot. Here comes a checkered flag for Darrell Lanigan. Billy Moyer and Carden. How about the winner of that third heat? That had to get the adrenaline going a little bit. From Union, Kentucky, in car number 29, Darrell Lanigan. Coming in second, and what a race it was Billy Moyer in car number 21. And coming in third in car number 7, Tony Carden. So those 3 cars will now advance into the World's 100. Bring up that 5th heat, guys. Let's bring up that 5th heat. They pick up the pace. Fourth heat coming at you. Way up high. Johnny Barnhart in car number 11 gets himself up into the wall. Coming down the backstretch, they'll begin to bunch up. Eckert and Moore will dictate the start of this race. They bring them forward. Freddie Smith right in behind them. They pick up the pace. Larry Moore from the high side. Eckert second, Freddie Smith right there third. Going down the backstretch, they stay the same way. Curtis Gaddis in that 4th spot. On the move, here comes Bob Pearson, 32, having a little problem. Gathers it back in. You got Larry Moore. Freddie Smith now taking over that 2nd spot. Smith now running second. Rick Eckert running third. Then you got Curtis Gaddis and Bob Pierce. Moore with a comfortable lead right now. Having it all to his liking. He's got a half a backstretch lead. Freddie Smith second. Eckert still third. Then you got Gaddis and Pierce. Then you got Mike McWilliams in the 18 car and John Lowhorn in the B1. Still your top three are the same. Moore, Smith, and Eckert. Still Larry Moore. Freddie Smith trying to dial him in. Eckert, those top three, that's pretty comfortable right now. Nobody really contending for that third spot yet. Freddie Smith beginning to move in very slowly on Larry Moore as the halfway signal comes up. Halfway signal. This our fourth heat. Cushing continues to ride oh so much higher as you can see it. Still Larry Moore, Freddie Smith. Smith, big passing lap, getting just a little bit closer. Eckert still holding on to that third spot. Nobody really contending him for that last transfer spot. Freddie Smith continuing to move in on him. Smith continues to close in. Smith right behind Moore. Smith looking to the inside. Larry Moore on the high side with 5 laps to go. Eckert still third. Freddie Smith again down on the inside. Looks to find running room on low blower. He can't get by. Freddie will try it again coming out of turn number 4. Still Moore, Smith, and Eckert. Freddie down the inside. Almost had him, but couldn't hold on. Moore stays on that high side and continues to hold on to that top spot. Here comes Freddie Smith again. Can he put the slide job on him this time? Yes, he does. Freddie Smith takes the lead. Larry Moore second. Then it's still Rick Eckert running third. Moore having some type of a problem as Eckert gets by him. Larry Moore moving very slowly. That right front tire not doing anything for him. Something breaking on the front of that car. Tough break for Larry Moore. They close the gap in that backstretch. They'll pick up the pace at the cone back there. Freddie Smith picks it up and we'll go back to racing. Smith, Eckert, and Gaddis, if they can stay there, but Bob Pierce would love to dial in that third spot. Mike McWilliams is running in that fifth spot. Then it's Lowhorn in the B1. Freddie Smith will be your leader and come by you one more time. Freddie Smith, Rick Eckert, Curtis Gaddis. White flag will be displayed this time around for Freddie Smith. White flag will come out for him. Freddie Smith will be looking for the checkered flag this time around. Chance to get in the World's 100, making it 14 straight for him. 14 in a row for Freddie Smith. How about a nice round of applause for the winner of that fourth heat in car 00, Freddie Smith. Coming in second in car 0 was Rick Eckert, and finishing third in car number 131, Curtis Gaddis. Watch for a start this time around. They begin to bunch up coming down that back stretch. Larry Scott and Delmas Conley will be setting the pace. They'll pick it up. This our fifth heat is underway. Delmas Conley and Larry Scott running second. They come through that second turn. Delmas Conley with the lead as they try to complete one circuit. Delmas Conley, Larry Scott, and Davy Johnson. The yellow, he got one slowed in 1 and 2. Reason for the yellow, Darrell Smallwood in 23 got himself up into the wall. Darrell Smallwood in 23. They pick it up. Conley, Scott, and Johnson. Johnson down on the inside of Larry Scott. Can he hold him off? No, Scott battles right back from the top. Johnson will try him again down low. And he's got him this time. Delmas Conley, Davy Johnson, and Larry Scott. Rick Auckland running fourth, and it's Rodney Franklin and Chris Patterson. Patterson right now running low and flying right past him. Steve Smith in car number 3. Smith moves up. Still Delmas Conley with a comfortable lead over Davy Johnson, and Larry Scott still running third. Johnson trying to dial in Delmas. Losing Rick Auckland in car number 12. The yellow comes out, the yellow comes out. Patterson trying to come right back. Chris Patterson up to that fourth spot. Patterson had a good jump on a restart. He was Johnny on the spot. Franklin's going to come right back on him. Smith makes a move way down on the inside. Johnson trying to make a bid for that top spot with Delmas Conley. Johnson on the inside, Conley up high. Larry Scott still running fourth. Still Delmas Conley, Davy Johnson, and Larry Scott. Oh, we got a bunch of them together. Oh, they're still coming in there. Oh boy. Got 5 of them involved up there between 3 and 4. They pick up the pace. Still Delmas Conley, Johnson and Scott. Steve Smith in 3. In hot pursuit of Larry Scott for the last transfer. As you're halfway through, he looks down to the inside. Scott able to hold him off. Johnson down on the inside of Delmas Conley for the lead. Delmas holds him off yet. Johnson taking a look again, side by side, him and Conley. Side by side for that third spot. Johnson on the inside, Conley on the high side. Conley still holding on, Scott still holding on to that third spot. Coming at you again, Delmas Conley, Davy Johnson battling for that top position. It's been a race for quite a while. Conley stays up high. Johnson just not able to find enough on the bottom to get by. Conley spreads it out just a little bit more, but here comes Johnson coming right on him with 5 laps to go. Still a battle for that third spot. Lawhorn and Smith, and then it's Franklin and Patterson. Johnson trying to ride it way up high, pushing that cushion way up on top. Now he dives down to the inside. Trying that line, that's not going to work. Conley holds him off again. Smith looking to the inside of Scott. Scott still able to hold on. Johnson trying again. Conley still holding him off. Larry Scott still able to hold on to that third spot. Johnson looking to the inside of Conley again with a slower car in front of him. Not going to bother him one bit. Smith on the inside of Scott now. Can Scott hold him up? Side by side, they'll go into 1 and 2. Smith gets by. Stevie Smith now running in that third spot. Scott now 4th. White flag this time around for Conley and Johnson. They continue to battle up front. Jay Smith stretching out that lead in that third spot. They'll come to the checkered flag. Delmas Conley and Davy Johnson. Johnson looks to the inside. Can Conley hold him off? Yes, he does. Steve Smith will settle for that third spot. Let's have a nice round of applause for the winner of that 5th heat. He comes to us from Wheelersburg, Ohio, Delmas Conley in car number 71. Coming in second in the 1J was Davy Johnson, and coming in third was Steve Smith in car number 3. This your 6th and final heat. They begin to bunch up. The pace car and pace truck will pull off. Coming into turn number 3. Oh, bumper to bumper. They pick up the pace. The green comes out. This, your 6th and final heat, is underway. It's Francis, Moran, and Hewitt, your top 3. Dave Francis, Donnie Moran, and Bubby James, your top 3. Then you got Jack Hewitt. Then it's John Gill and Jimmy Mars. Dave Francis is running away with it right now. Donnie Moran still running second. Bubby James running third. Dave Francis in command. Donnie Moran second. Bubby James. Jack Hewitt fourth. Then it's John Gill, Jimmy Mars, and Dion Deason. Last transfer spot right now is Bubby James in 23. Yellow comes out. Yellow comes out. We got him in trouble in 1 and 2. Corey Turner in 17, the car stopped up there in turn number 2. They pick up the pace again. 11 laps to go in this heat. On the restart, it's Francis and Moran and James. Hewitt, Gill, and Mars. Still Steve Francis, your race leader. John Gill trying to move on the inside of Jack Hewitt to move up a spot. He gets by. John Gill moves up another spot. He's now running 4th. Hewitt now 5th. Steve Francis still your leader. Gill looking to move up another spot. John Gill on the move. John Gill now running 3rd. Moves Bubby James back to that 4th spot. Still Steve Francis, Donnie Moran, and John Gill. Gill looking very smooth out there. Francis Gill almost got himself up into the wall. That'll give Bubby James a chance to try to come back on him. But he can't. Gill holds him off right now. James trying to come down on the inside. Gill holds on. Gill still 3rd. Brings it down a little bit slower this time around. 5 laps to go. This is the 16th. Steve Francis, Donnie Moran, and John Gill still your top 3. Bubby James still setting 4th, but it's Jack Hewitt 5th. The race leaders coming at you again, Francis, Moran, and Gill. Steve Francis still the man to beat. Donnie Moran trying to dial him in. Remember, the winner of this heat starts in that front row. Donnie Moran would like to have it, but Steve Francis says you're going to have to earn it. Francis with 1 lap to go. They'll race to the checkered flag. It's going to be Steve Francis, Donnie Moran, and John Gill. Have a nice round of applause. The winner of that 16th, coming from Ashland, Kentucky, in car number 15, Steve Francis. Finishing 2nd in car number 99, Donnie Moran. And finishing 3rd in car number 75 was John Gill. So those 3 cars now make it into the World's 100. Pace truck and pace car will pull off. Barnett and Phillips are pace setters in that front row. They pick up the pace. Barnett in 89. Dennis Phillips in 75. Followed by Bob Pierce and John Mason. Remember, we take just the top 4. Only 4 cars will make it. And 1 brushed the wall coming to 4. Oh, him and Rodney Franklin get together. Franklin doing a 360 coming to a halt in the front stretch. They pick up the pace again. Barnett, Phillips, Pierce, and Mason have those top 4 spots right now. Here comes Bubby James picking up a spot on Larry Scott. Jack Hewitt moved up another spot. He got by Izzo. Barnett, Phillips, Pierce, and Mason. Still your top 4. Terry Phillips on the inside of Barnett. Barnett able to hold him off. Phillips takes a look again. Coming up turn number 4. They're side by side. Still Barnett, Phillips, Pierce, and Mason. Phillips looks again, but Barnett just has too much to hold him off in the turn. Pierce still running 3rd. John Mason running 4th. Then it's Lawhorn, James, Rayburn, and Hewitt. Phillips takes a look again, but Barnett continues to hold him off. Coming through turn number 4, side by side. Bubby James moving up another spot. That car beginning to smoke. He's alongside John Lawhorn. Bubby James looking inside of Mason now. Race for your lead, still Barnett and Phillips. Then it's Bob Pierce, Mason, here comes James. A race for 4, 5, and 6. Mason, James, Lawhorn. Still John Mason. But James trying to make a lot of noise down on the inside. Still battle for that lead between Barnett and Phillips. Bob Pierce still setting 3rd. Mason still holding on that last transfer spot. Up into the wall. That's Larry Scott in 2, and the yellow comes out. Eight down and 7 to go as they pick up the pace. Barnett, Phillips, Pearson, Mason. James still trying to make a bid. Phillips looking down to the inside of Barnett again. Top 4 is still the same. Bubby James driving it hard, trying to pick up with Mason, not having any luck. Still Steve Barnett, Terry Phillips, Bob Pierce, and John Mason. Bobby James right on the rear bumper now of John Mason. Car looking pretty hot there to Bobby James. He'll have to slow it down. Tough break for him. That'll move Hewitt up. Hewitt now into that 5th spot, but he's got to run down John Mason to try to make the race. Charlie Swartz is right behind him. Here comes Steve Barnett looking for the checkered flag. Right behind him will be Terry Phillips, Bob Pierce, and John Mason. Nice round of applause for the winner of RB Main in car number 89 from Franklin, Indiana, Steve Barnett. Finishing second in car number 75, Terry Phillips. Coming in third in car number 32, Bob Pierce. And finishing fourth in car number 72, John Mason. So those 4 cars now make their way into the World's 100. Now the starting lineup for the 24th World's 100. Starting at the back of the pack. In row number 12 from New Bremen, Ohio, it'll be Queen Sherry Condon. She'll be escorting the drivers in that row. In car number 72 from Millersburg, Ohio, John Mason. Along with John in that 12th row, car number 32 from Danville, Illinois, Bob Pierce. Moving to the 11th row. From Elida, Ohio, this will be Queen Jenny McFarland. She'll be escorting from the 11th row. In the 75T from Springfield, Missouri, Terry Phillips. Joining him in that row in car number 89 from Franklin, Indiana, let's hear it for Steve Barnett. In your 10th row, from Lima, Ohio, Queen Marge Holler. She'll be escorting in that 10th row. Driving car number 12 from Fargo, North Dakota, Rick Auckland. Along with Rick Auckland in that row, he comes from Greenbrier, Arkansas. Driving car number 66, Bill Fry. In your 9th row, from Knoxville, Tennessee, Queen Kim Folan. In that row, car number 3 from Powell, Tennessee, Steve Smith. Also in that row, coming from Mitchell, Indiana, drives car number 75, John Gill. In row number 8, Queen Rebecca Asbury from Richmond, Kentucky. She'll be escorting the guy that drives car number 7 from Greenbrier, Arkansas, Tony Carden. Along with him, he drives the 131. He comes from Little Rock, Arkansas, Curtis Gaddis. Row number 7, Queen Tanya Hauser from Knoxville, Tennessee. She'll be escorting driver of car number 17 from Grayson, Kentucky, Randy Boggs. Along with him in that row, he comes from LeBrun, Kentucky, driving the 114, Randall Chupp. In row number 6, Queen Diana Howell from Crossville, Tennessee. She'll be escorting the guy that drives the 1J from New Alexandria, Pennsylvania, Davy Johnson. Alongside of him, a past winner of the World's 100 in car number 99 from Dresden, Ohio, Donnie Moran. In your 5th row, Queen Lisa Hunter from Lima, Ohio. She'll be escorting driver of car number 0 from York, Pennsylvania, Rick Eckert. Along with him, the defending champion of the World's 100 drives car number 21 from Batesville, Arkansas, Billy Moyer. In your 4th row, Queen Mandy Barrow from Bloomington, Indiana. She'll be escorting the drivers of car number 5 from Chattanooga, Tennessee, Ronnie Johnson. Along with Ronnie in that row, he drives the 18 from Mooresburg, Tennessee, a past winner, Scott Bloomquist. Row number 3, Queen Patty Page from Indian Lake, Ohio. She'll be escorting the B12 from Gibson City, Illinois, Kevin Weaver. Along with Kevin in that row, he's from Reddick, Illinois, car number 91, Brian Dunaway. In your 2nd row, Queen Kimberly Seaborn from Dayton, Ohio. She'll be escorting the drivers in that 2nd row from Union, Kentucky, car number 29, Darrell Lanigan. Along with Darrell, car 00. He won the Dream this year from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Freddie Smith. And now we'll go to the front row, Queen Tracy Albers from Castelia, Ohio. She'll be escorting the 2 drivers. Car number 71 on that 1st row from Wheelersburg, Ohio, Delmas Conley. And along with him in that front row, car number 15 from Ashland, Kentucky, Steve Francis. The field comes by as they come by, wave something at them. Everybody on your feet. Here they come. Now, everybody settle back into your seats. Everybody remain seated. Everybody can see. Everybody settles in your seats. Everybody's going to have the fair share to see it. This will be a great race, folks. On that front row, you've got Francis and Conley. Then it's Smith and Lanigan. Dunaway and Weaver. Bloomquist and Johnson. Moyer and Eckert. Johnson and Moran. Boggs and Chubb. Martin and Gaddis. Smith and Gill. Bryan, Auckland. Barnett, Phillips, Pierce, and Mason. Next time they come by us, a white flag will go out, the 1-lap signal. Signal going up. Our pace truck and pace car will pull off. Pace truck off, pace car off. Francis and Conley will bring them forward. Going for $27,000 to win 100 racing laps. look for a start. It starts down here in turn number 4 at the white chalk line. They bunch up. They approach it. We're ready to go racing. This one is underway. It's Delmas Conley in 71. Has the lead. Delmas Conley, your leader. Right with him is Lanigan in 29. Still Delmas Conley, Lanigan, Freddie Smith trying to move down on the inside of Francis for that third spot. Then you got Weaver. They continue to race. They come at you. Still Delmas Conley. Darrell Lanigan running second. Then you got Freddie Smith. And Steve Francis, your top 4. Mason brushes the wall in turn number 2, but he gets it back under control. It's still Delmas Conley, Darrell Lanigan, Freddie Smith, and Steve Francis. Then you got Kevin Weaver, Johnson, then followed by Bloomquist and Moyer. Delmas Conley in 71. Freddie Smith now moving up into that second spot. Freddie Smith now running second. Then it's Lanigan followed by Francis. Then it's Weaver, Bloomquist, Moyer, Ronnie Johnson, and Davy Johnson. Battle for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. That's where your race is at. Little smoke coming from the Steve Francis car in 15. Francis smoking just a little bit. Here comes Bloomquist in 18. Got Bloomquist moving up a spot, looking down to the inside of Francis. Francis trying to hold him off. Then you got Weaver, Moyer, and both Johnsons. Bloomquist moving up. Bloomquist now in that 4th spot. Got Bloomquist now running 4th. Billy Moyer coming right with him. Billy Moyer now 5th. Weaver is 6th. Then it's the Johnson boys. It's Francis smoking very badly. Your race leader, Freddie Smith, looking to the inside of Delmas Conley as they go into turn number 2. Conley stays right in the middle of the track. Freddie taking a look inside. Here comes Freddie Smith, and he grabs the lead. Freddie Smith now your leader. Then it's Conley, followed by Lanigan, and there's Bloomquist and Moyer. Then it's Davy Johnson, followed by Weaver and then Ronnie Johnson. Freddie Smith with the lead, and the yellow comes out. The yellow flag. pick up the pace again. Moyer trying to make a move on the restart. Bloomquist also trying to make a move. Bloomquist got a little sideways, brought it back in. Whoa! What a move on the restart. Johnson with a great move. Davy Johnson, and the yellow comes back out. Bill Fry moving very slowly. And he comes to a halt. And we go green, and they'll pick up the pace again. Freddie Smith, Conley, Lanigan, Bloomquist, Moyer, and Johnson. Bloomquist down on the inside trying to get by Lanigan. Lanigan trying to fight him back. He does. Billy Moyer coming down on the inside of Bloomquist. Side by side, here they come at you, 3 abreast out of turn number 4. Moyer taking a move down on the inside of Bloomquist. Following him right on through is Davy Johnson. Bloomquist a little sideways. Moyer will get by. Billy Boyer now running for. Then it's Bloomquist, followed by Davy Johnson. Still Freddie Smith on top, and he increases his lead. Davy Johnson now trying to get by Bloomquist. Billy Moyer on the move. Moyer up into that 3rd spot. Billy Moyer gets by Lanigan. Still Smith, Conley, Moyer, and Lanigan. Here comes Johnson. Davy Johnson moves his way up into that 4th spot. Bloomquist and Lanigan battle for 5 and 6. Freddie Smith pulling it out just a little bit. Here comes Moyer. Billy Moyer now running 2nd. Then you got Delmas Conley, Davy Johnson, Scott, Darrell Lanigan, then it's Bloomquist. Freddie Smith, your race leader. Billy Moyer, Delmas Conley, Davy Johnson. The yellow comes back out. We got one up into the wall. $19 down, 81 to go. Next time around, we'll be looking for a restart. Freddie Smith, Billy Moyer, Delmas Conley, Davy Johnson, your top 4. Then it's Darrell Lanigan, Scott Bloomquist, Rick Auckland, Kevin Weaver, Ronnie Johnson, Brian Dunaway, Rick Eckert. Going back in the back stretch, and they pick it up. We'll go back green. Still Freddie Smith, Billy Moyer right with him. Davy Johnson trying to move on Conley, and he does. Davy Johnson now to that 3rd spot. Conley 4th. Lanigan, Bloomquist, and Auckland. Three abreast out of turn number 2. Lanigan, Bloomquist, and Auckland all running together. Still Freddie Smith, Moyer, Davy Johnson, and Conley your top 4. They race for 5, 6, and 7. Oh, we got a cup in trouble in 3 and 4. It's John Mason. John Mason, Donnie Moran, and Steve Smith. And they'll pick up the pace again. Freddie Smith, Moyer, Johnson, and Conley. They complete another circuit. Still Freddie Smith, Billy Moyer, Davy Johnson, Delmas Conley. Rick Auckland moves up another spot. Rick Auckland now running in that 5th spot. Rick Auckland up to 5th. Trying to make a bid for that 4th spot. Here he comes. Rick Auckland on the move. Rick Auckland up to 4th. Johnson looks down the inside of Moyer for that 2nd spot. Still Freddie Smith, Billy Moyer, Davy Johnson, and Rick Auckland. Bob Pierce and Scott Bloomquist, the back of that pack doing battle, trying to weave their way up through the crowd. Bloomquist trying to split 2 of them, coming between 3 and 4. Pierce and Bloomquist. Bloomquist making a move on the inside. Battle up front. Freddie Smith, Billy Moyer, and Davy Johnson, the top 3 all right together. Then you've got Auckland. Johnson down on the inside of Moyer. Davy Johnson not able to make it bite down on the inside. Freddie Smith, Billy Moyer. Here comes Johnson now down on the inside, trying to put the slide move on Moyer. Can't make it stick. Auckland all of a sudden is off the pace. Auckland off the pace, cut in front of Lanigan. Lanigan couldn't hold it. Comes to a spin. He'll come to a halt. Auckland was moving very good. All of a sudden something happened to the car. Auckland pulled it right back into the pits. Still anybody's race. They'll pick it up again. Freddie Smith and Billy Moyer. Smith way up high, Moyer in the middle of the track, Johnson down low. They continue to battle up front, those top 3 cars. Bloomquist and Pierce trying to find running room to get through the middle of that pack. Race continues up front. Top 3 cars all right together yet. Bloomquist down on the inside trying to pick up another spot. Got Bloomquist back on the move. He's running 8th now. Don't count Bloomquist out of that yet. He's running 8th. Freddie Smith, Billy Moyer, Davy Johnson, and Delmas Conley. Scott Bloomquist continues to pick them off. Battle up front. Down on the inside, here comes Johnson trying to get by Moyer. Bloomquist looking down to the inside of Ronnie Johnson. Bloomquist trying to pick up another spot. Your race leaders all right there together yet. Johnson down on the inside of Moyer. Moyer still holds him off. Still Freddie Smith, Moyer, and Johnson. Then it's Conley, Weaver, Johnson, and Bloomquist. Bloomquist picks up another spot. Bloomquist continues to move. He's right up behind Kevin Weaver now, running 6th. Still a race up front between those top 3. Freddie Smith, Billy Moyer, and Davy Johnson. They've been battling for quite a few laps already. Then you got Delmas Conley, Kevin Weaver, and Scott Bloomquist. Moyer down on the inside of Freddie Smith, looking to take the lead. As he does, the yellow will come out. We'll try it again. And they'll pick it up again. Freddie Smith, Billy Moyer, Davy Johnson, Conley, Weaver, and Bloomquist. Bloomquist down on the inside of Weaver. Still Freddie Smith, Billy Moyer. Bloomquist trying to put the slide move on Kevin Weaver to pick up another spot. Weaver trying to hold him off. Bloomquist will stay down low. Weaver trying to get by Conley, as is Bloomquist. Battle up front. Bloomquist now picks up that 5th spot, looking for 4th. Bloomquist moving up to that 4th spot, trying to get by Delmas Conley. Race right in front between Freddie Smith, Billy Moyer, and Davy Johnson. Delmas Conley, Scott Bloomquist doing battle. Bloomquist moves up into that 4th spot now. Scott Bloomquist running 4th. Johnson now running 2nd as he gets by Moyer. Freddie Smith, Davy Johnson, Billy Moyer, and Scott Bloomquist your top 4. Freddie Smith, Johnson, Moyer, Bloomquist, your top 4. 40 laps are down. What a race up front. Won't be long and Scott Bloomquist will be in the hunt. Johnson down on the inside of Freddie Smith. Moyer right there with him. Johnson down on the inside. Freddie Smith on the high side. Moyer coming with Freddie Smith. Scott Bloomquist working into the action. Johnson down on the inside of Freddie Smith. Johnson trying to make a bid. Freddie holds him off. Johnson does the slide move. Davy Johnson now a year later. Freddie Smith trying to come back. And you got Billy Moyer. Bloomquist in that 4th spot, side by side. Davy Johnson, Billy Moyer now running 2nd. Freddie Smith back to that 3rd spot. Then it's Scott Bloomquist. Davy Johnson, Billy Moyer now 2nd. Freddie Smith back to that 3rd spot. Bloomquist dialing him in. Top 4 cars all right together. Davy Johnson from Pennsylvania has the lead. Then it's Moyer from Arkansas. Freddie Smith from Louisiana. And Bloomquist from Tennessee. Davy Johnson continues to hold on that lead. Scott Bloomquist trying to make the bid now to try to pick up on Freddie Smith. Bloomquist looking to the inside of Freddie. Freddie holding him off. Davy Johnson, Billy Moyer, 1 and 2. Here comes Bloomquist down on the inside of Freddie Smith. Bloomquist looking for third. Freddie still holding him off as they come out of 2. Still up front, Davy Johnson, Billy Moyer. Freddie Smith and Scott Bloomquist battle for 3 and 4. Next lap will be halfway home. Davy Johnson, Billy Moyer, Freddie Smith. Halfway home, 50 laps have now been completed. Halfway through it. Freddie Smith pulling away from Bloomquist now just a little bit. Still got Delmas Conley running 5th. Then it's Weaver, followed by Ronnie Johnson. Slower cars now in front of our leaders. See what traffic does with this. Billy Moyer putting the pressure on Johnson. Johnson goes down low, gets by the slower car very quickly. Moyer trying to pick off the lap car, and he does very quickly. Top 2 cars stay right together. Then you got Freddie Smith and Scott Bloomquist, 3 and 4. Johnson not giving Moyer too much of a chance to get by. Freddie Smith, Scott Bloomquist running 3 and 4 will now have the slower car in front of them to contend with. That being Curtis Gaddis. Race leaders coming by one more time. Davy Johnson, Billy Moyer. A lap car with Freddie Smith and Scott Bloomquist. Conley, Weaver, and Johnson. Race leaders picking up the Rick Eckert now. The next car they'll have to contend with. Johnson looks on the inside of Eckert. Johnson gets by him. Eckert now between him and Moyer. Oh, Bloomquist making a quick move to get by the slower car, almost slid into Freddie Smith. Freddie weaving just a little bit, brings it back under control, but Bloomquist is right on him now. Bloomquist still looking for a chance to move up on Freddie Smith for that 3rd spot. Side by side, they come out of 4. Still got Davy Johnson, Billy Moyer. Race for 3 and 4 between Freddie Smith and Scott Bloomquist. Bloomquist down on the inside of Freddie Smith again. Freddie still manages to hold him off. Bloomquist trying to find the right combination to pick up that 4th spot. He's going to try it again. Bloomquist down on the inside of Freddie Smith as they come down the front chute. Freddie still holds him off. Racing side by side for the last 4 or 5 laps. Still Smith and Bloomquist. Still battling for 3 and 4. Bloomquist on the inside of Freddie Smith. Bloomquist, can he get by? Freddie comes right back at him. Going through 2, Bloomquist holds him off. Racing up front, it'll be Johnson and Moyer. Moyer looking to the high side of Johnson, shuts him off. Davy Johnson and Billy Moyer, slower cars in front of them. The battle still continues between Freddie Smith and Scott Bloomquist. Moyer looking to the high side once again. Billy Moyer on the top side of Johnson with slower cars in front of him. Slower car of Randall Chupp in front of him. Moyer down on the inside of Johnson gets by. Billy Moyer now takes the lead. Moyer and Johnson, still a battle back there between Freddie Smith and Scott Bloomquist for that 3rd and 4th spot. Slower car in front of them is Rick Eckert. Billy Moyer now starting to pull away a little bit. Bloomquist, Freddie Smith still battling 3 and 4. That's been a race for a long time between those two guys, as it has been up front between Johnson and Moyer. Moyer, Johnson, Fred Smith, and Scott Bloomquist. Moyer trying to pick off Mason now. Freddie Smith still holding Scott Bloomquist in check. Billy Moyer working on the traffic. Johnson trying to come right through with him. Freddie Smith, getting a little bit high, but gathers it back in. You can see Moyer picking his way right on through. Race leader Billy Moyer coming by us again. And you got Johnson. Scott Bloomquist down on the inside of Freddie Smith. They're still battling for 3 and 4. Bloomquist liking the middle of the track. Freddie Smith staying to the high side. Moyer stretching his lead now over Johnson. "70 laps are now in. 30 laps to go. Moyer continues to pick them off. Johnson still second. Freddie Smith and Scott Bloomquist. What a race between those two guys. Side by side racing between 3 and 4. Neither one wants to give. Freddie Smith moving down just a little bit. Bloomquist staying right on him. Moyer with 3 or slower cars in front of him, out to contend with them. Still Johnson running second. Here comes his 3rd and 4th place car, Freddie Smith and Scott Bloomquist. Moyer still weeding his way through the slower cars. He's got a full stretch lead, full front stretch lead. Bloomquist now getting by Freddie Smith. Picked up that 3rd spot. Bloomquist now running 3rd. Freddie Smith back to that 4th spot. Bloomquist finally got by him. They battled for a long time back there. Moyer with a full backstretch lead on the 2nd place car of Johnson. And he's got a half a lap on the 3rd place car of Bloomquist and Freddie Smith. Moyer looking very strong once again, trying to be a 3-time winner. Moyer stretching that lead all that much more. Johnson still there second. Bloomquist and Smith running 3 and 4. Moyer's race to win at this point. He slides up by Weaver. There went Johnson. Bloomquist 3rd, Freddie Smith 4th. Billy Billy Moyer now with 80 laps down and 20 laps to go. Having that car respond. Still got Johnson, Bloomquist, and Smith, your top four. Billy Moyer with a clear racetrack in front of him. He's got clear sailing for a while. He's trying to dial in Freddie Smith, the fourth place car. He's trying to lap the field. Moyer, there goes Johnson. Moyer on the backstretch already. Then you got Scott Bloomquist. And then Freddie Smith. Next guy behind him is Billy Moyer, your race leader. Billy Moyer moving up behind Freddie Smith. 16 laps remaining. Billy Moyer trying to win it back to back. He won it in 91, didn't in 92, but he made it in 93. He's trying to make it again in 94, making it 3 out of 4. Only Jeff Purvis has made that feat. Johnson and Johnson doing battle there, the slower car of Johnson. Moyer looking to the inside of Freddie Smith. Also Randall Chupp. Whoa, a slower car, a little bit of a problem. Moyer holds on to it. Picks off 2 more. He's got a lot of racetrack in front of him now before he gets into a whole pack of slower cars. .88 laps down now, 12 laps remaining for Billy Moyer. Billy Moyer continues to pour it on. He's got more than a half a lap lead. Moyer trying to find running room through the slower cars. Bumps Mason just a little bit. Goes down to the lower side of the track now. Being cautious as he picks his way through. Lap 90 will now be completed. Moyer just bowls his way right on through. Ten laps remaining. Moyer coming right on through the slower cars. Now working on Lanigan. Still got Davy Johnson running second. Right there he goes. And you got Scott Bloomquist coming at you. There goes your leader, Billy Moyer. 8 laps remaining. Moyer just continues to pour it on. That car going right where he wants it to go. Billy Moyer, Davy Johnson, Scott Bloomquist, Freddie Smith. Yellow comes out for Mason in 72 as he spun. 95 in and just 5 laps to go for Billy Moyer. They pick up the pace one more time. 5 racing laps to go for Billy Moyer. Moyer continuing to show the command of this race. Still Billy Moyer. Way out in the lead, you can see him coming by us. Almost slid up a little bit too high. Billy Moyer. White flag will be displayed this time around. White flag will be displayed for Billy Moyer. Car beginning to flap on her front. We'll come to the checkered flag for Billy Moyer. It'll be Billy Moyer coming away with a checkered flag, followed by Davy Johnson, Scott Bloomquist, and Freddie Smith.
You don't like this track very much, do you?
I think we love it, I guess. We come here and, you know, the last 2 or 3 years we got on a combination here. I guess it's been working real good for us. And even though the car's a little different now, or quite a bit different than what we ran it last year, every year you learn something more and you try to advance yourself, you know, week after week we try to. So we come here really kind of a basic setup that we've been running more this year, not really how we had the car set last year, but the track, he usually by race time he prepares it to where you can run all over it, and we've just had a good combination of the car just to where he could run anywhere on the racetrack. I think it's been a key to success.
Was you worried about getting to the front?
Well, it was 100 laps, and we started 9th there, and we started way farther back than that and come up through there last year. And but last year the car was exceptional, probably a little better than it was this year, but. We was a little concerned, I know, every car that starts this race is a good car, but we just going to, take what was given to us, try to keep our nose clean and, keep the car straight, and that's what I tried to do, and it all worked out good.
Late in the race there, you're starting to come into a lot of lap traffic. Were you thinking you're taking a lot of chances running through there?
Well, I've watched races before myself when I, watched other guys go through there. I think, man, they're crazy for doing that. When you're looking at watching the race, but when you're out there, you just do instinct and and do whatever it takes to get through there. And my guys were back there showing me I had a lot of room, but I wanted to get by them guys and get back up on the top there and get my momentum going and run my own race where I felt I was comfortable to run. And a lot of times them guys can wreck in front of you too. So I wanted to get through there and I know it probably looked a little scary at a couple instances, but when you're in the car, it isn't that bad.
You've won 3 out of 4 here at this racetrack and had a little bit of trouble in the Dream event. Is there something more special about winning the World 100?
Well, it for sure. It's what everybody wants to do. It's the biggest race there is for our dirt racing, and Earl's making it bigger and bigger here the way he keeps expanding this place, and there's words around that he's going to have even a bigger paint race than the Dream, and It's be a dream come true. I just hope I'm not too old when he has it, that I'm still driving these things.